All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Randolph. All right. 9 minutes till open. Okay. So I am not going to try to predict the direction here pre-market, because we are in a bit of a range.
The Korean finance minister is to meet US Treasury Secretary Bessent at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow in Washington.
But I think these could be our breakout points and breakdown points. We'll try to play the 15-minute opening range strategy. And these boxes here will basically be where we offload. And I do plan to lever up a little bit. We do have kind of limited drawdown, but I'll try to take ticks when I get them. So far, it's been kind of in this range overnight. I took a long here last night, so I saw the little tiny gap up when Asia session opened up. And I took a long, I think probably like in the 470s. I played it as if we were going to get to like 550s. So I had a bunch of partials taken on the way up, and it got stopped out. But either way, you know, it happened while I was sleeping. Either way, we got a little bit of profit overnight, about 460 bucks on each account. So that'll give us a little bit more wiggle room for today. And yeah, gold actually dumped as well. That hit our stop loss. So I will be looking for an opportunity to long gold again. I think overall it was about $200 profit on gold, because I took the trade multiple times. I was basically just longing it. I think this pullback kind of has a little bit to do with the contract moving forward to the December contract, as well as GDP coming in pretty strong. So pulled back quite a bit. I don't know, we'll see if gold will be a good purchase or not for the long. So far it's just been going down this morning. Okay, 4 minutes still open. But we did get, so I had a lot of partials up in this area here. Unfortunately, it didn't break through last night. So rejected about 510 level, came back up, rejected 520 level. Now we're kind of trending down a bit. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any buyers here at open. With strong GDP and all of that, I don't know. We'll see. Potential head and shoulders formed as well. If it plays out, then we're probably coming down to these levels. That's why I have it marked out. So if we do break through this level, break below this wick, I could basically target 420 to about 360. So just about 60 points that move, but I would probably take 40 points. We'll just see what opportunities we get. Jacob, hope you're good. FOMC day. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, how long do we have? We have an hour and a half. So we just can't trade through that. $2 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, okay, never mind. We got a while till then. Okay. So that is in 3.5 hours.
1 minute to go till we get the market on open imbalance.
All right, almost there.
10 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 104 million, NASDAQ 100 sell side 2 million, Dow 30 buy side 10 million, Mag 7 sell side 3.6 million.
Okay. Okay, S&P's going lower. NASDAQ's kind of holding.
Starbucks shares jump 6.4%, its most intraday since May 12th following their earnings report.
Russell's rallying. Yeah, for the Russell, high GDP growth. I guess that's good with the okay probability of interest rate cuts. Maybe that's why people are buying here.
Italy's economy minister says the US-EU deal on tariffs is to have significant impact on
Good hump
national
day,
and
brother.
European economy.
2 p.m. FOMC. Yeah, can't trade through it or hold any trades through it. But we got about 3.5 hours till then. I think it's like, you could check the FAQs, but I think it's like you can't open a trade before 1 minute before, and then you can't like close a trade 1 minute after. I don't remember. And something like that.
Minister Giorgetti says
Basically,
the
don't hold
EU-US deal
anything
on tariffs to
during
have
it.
a negative impact on Italian GDP of a maximum of spot 5% next year.
There's technically a breakdown signal in the morning. It didn't get the 20-point drawdown. But, yeah. Okay. We're coming down to this box. 450. Looks like it's bouncing a little bit. Okay. Zach, it's 1 minute either side for TPT. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, actually, crap. I don't know what Apex Trader Funding's rules are. I'll check the FAQ, actually. I'm not sure for Apex Trader Funding.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with US business delegation in Beijing, according to the Foreign Ministry.
Okay, how much range do we have so far? 91, okay, 40 points. So if it breaks above here, I'm going long for all-time high hunts. If it goes down, I'm targeting somewhere in this box for take profit. Because overall, this trend is still bullish, and there's a potential, you know, of just like a higher low forming. So it's got a little bit more to go. Down if it does. But like I wouldn't be holding this short for too long, because we're still in an uptrend. Bear market is not, you know, hasn't happened yet. We're still Still uptrending on the higher time frames. Everything's staying bullish. You know, we came down a little bit from the overbought levels on the daily, on the RSI.
So in 10 minutes time now, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast is for rates to remain unchanged at 2.75%. We also get the Bank of Canada rate statement.
Okay, now we're coming to the upside. Okay, as long as we don't get a crazy big range, we're good. So that's 50 points. We also got a breakout signal. Okay, we got a breakout signal. I'm gonna trade it. We broke out of these levels. Yeah, I think I'm gonna trade the breakout signal. Okay, I'm gonna wait for a pullback. Breakout signal disappeared. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. We still got super volatility, so entering here early, not always the best.
China's Wang Yi says China is willing to strengthen contact with the United States to avoid miscalculations.
It's like something you gotta watch on the 15-second chart. Okay. No breakout signal from these levels.
So China's Wang says we should establish more channels for communication and consultation.
Apex is a one-directional. Traders may take a position either long or short during a news event. Holding positions in both directions. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I guess Apex trader funding is a little less strict. Okay, I guess this was a bull flag that wanted to break out. That's breakout signal activated again, and then not activated again.
Order filled.
Gonna enter here. 10 points of risk. Maybe we want 20.
Stop filled.
Okay, we got stopped. Whoops. Looked like a bull flag. So it kind of failed. Alright. Good thing I didn't move my stop down another 5 points. Alright, we got 7 minutes till the range is established.
The US to discuss any troop withdrawal with NATO.
We're still kind of in chop. We got bullish divergence on the 1 minute.
So that's Pevka, Estonia's defense minister.
I mean, this might be an okay long for minimal risk. Honestly.
So again, just a repeat really here, but China's Wang Yi says China calls for more negotiation channels with the US.
Took 6 points of risk. I'm gonna see that bounce. That's 1 for 2, 500. Could reject there, honestly.
So in 5 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast sees the rate remaining unchanged at 2.75%. We also get the Bank of Canada rate statement with this as well.
Good morning, Lynette.
Order filled.
Okay. Still waiting on the 15-minute opening range. Let's breakout signal again.
Starbucks shares turning negative now. China hopes American companies are to continue to invest in China, again according to China's Wang Yi.
All right. Get ready for war with this week. Oh, for war this week, then. Okay. Are you long right now? I'm not in any position right now. Just waiting. Good morning. I took a couple scalps. That's about it. Waiting for the 15-minute opening range to start up, but here's the thesis for today. So if we break out this way, this box is basically my profit target. If we break down this way, this box is my profit target. If we break down, like, we're still in a uptrend. So this box would establish a nice higher low. I wouldn't try to bet that this makes a lower low or anything like that, because, you know, we've been making higher lows this whole time for several months now. So if we do get a break, you know, out of this box, I'm taking, you know, 60 points or however much difference there is between these boxes. We got 2 minutes left till our opening range is established. To me, this looks a little bit more bullish than bearish. Let's see, our range is currently 58 points. So nice, fairly small range. That's good. That's good. That means that we get quite a bit of or quite small risk to return.
One minute now for the Bank of Canada rate decision. Ten seconds.
Okay, that's a breakout signal.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 2.75% as expected. Looking to the rate statement now, Bank of Canada's Macklem says a rise in underlying inflation largely reflects the increase in prices for goods
Order filled.
other than energy. It also says we have stepped up our regional outreach to help understand the effects of tariffs and are adding new questions to surveys of households and businesses. The Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report does not provide economic forecasts, citing uncertainty generated by US tariffs. Bank of Canada do say that risk of a severe and escalating global trade conflict has diminished since April. The Bank of Canada releases a current tariff scenario as well as two alternative scenarios, one with increased and another with decreased tariffs. In the Bank of Canada's current tariff scenario, GDP grows by 1% in the second half of this year, then picks up, hitting
Alright,
1.8% by
going to the long
2027.
side, guys.
Inflation stays close to 2% over the scenario horizon. In the Bank of Canada's tariff de-escalation scenario, GDP grows by around 2% by the second half of this year, and then averages around 1.7% through the end of 2027.
So I'm going to
Inflation falls in
sell
Q1 2026
a couple
before
there.
rising close to 2% in 2027. In the Bank of Canada's tariff escalation scenario, growth falls in 2025 before picking up in the first half of 2026 and rising to average 2%. Inflation rises to just above 2.5% in Q3 2026, then falls to around 2% by 2027. Bank of Canada say Q2 Canadian exports look to have fallen by around 25%. Q2 imports likely fell by about 10%. The Bank of Canada say in all three scenarios, nominal neutral interest rates in Canada is estimated to be in the range of 2.25 to 3.25%. Bank of Canada Q2 growth in the final domestic demand estimate to be above 1%, Q2 consumption growth seen at 1%. Q2 output gap estimated to have widened to between minus 1.5% to minus 0.5% from between minus 1% and 0% in Q1.
Okay. I think I need to set my stop loss, so our range is
So Canadian dollars saw a little
about
bit of weakness
60.
off the back of the Canadian rate decision there and the release of the
So
rate statement.
480 is our stop loss. Alright.
Let's keep in mind, National Economic Council's Hassett, currently speaking on CNBC, says GDP data shows a strong growth.
$77. Okay. $538 approximately.
White House's Hassett says the data shows imported good prices dropped.
Alright. Hopefully that wasn't a fake up. Gonna add one more in the cash account. 577. $538.
We have posted the full Bank of Canada rate statement on the feed for those interested.
Alright, we're back in the range. Not too good. Not too good there. That was a breakout signal and it came back down. If it's a breakout signal, that's 480. 481. I think I'll actually move up to 480.
Loonie falls to a session low after the Bank of Canada hold their key policy rate there.
I don't like how the SPY's looking actually.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US pending home sales change month over month for the month of June. So the forecast is 0.2% on the prior 1.8%, and the pending homes index saw a prior
Order
read of
filled.
72.6.
Stop filled.
Okay, we got stopped out.
White House's
All
Hassett
right.
says the Fed is very data dependent. I expect they will catch up soon.
That came to the middle of the range.
Canadian swap markets see a 19% chance of a Bank of Canada rate cut in September, down from 22% before the policy decision.
It just barely tapped. Let's see what happens here. Looks a bit weak though.
Hassett says we at the White House 100% respect Fed independence. So again, White House's Hassett says we at the White House 100% respect Fed independence.
All right, out of all positions for now. Let's see. Waiting for a reversal here. You got in at 490, took profit at 415. Nice. United Health 258. Dang. United Health shopping. Chop and slop. Yeah, we got the breakout signal there.
White House's Hassett says
So I
tariff
took the
revenue
long.
is important
I
to
got a
deficit
decent
reduction.
entry, but it only gave us 24 points from the breakout signal. Now it's failed. That was pretty crazy. It was a fake out to the bottom, then fake out to the top. Now coming right down. So super chop right now. Like I said, we got about 59, 58 points in the 15-minute range. So we got pretty tight range. So that's good.
Starbucks shares extending decline to 2% now. White House's Hassett says the EU and Japan deals are to help with capital spending boom.
Thoughts about United Health? I think it's undervalued.
And Hassett on CNBC says, I'm hopeful that India will open up its market to the US.
This level held, this one rejected. So I guess the thesis was correct. We're waiting for either a breakout of this box or breakdown below this box. Surprisingly, both those levels held, and we're just in a chop.
Italy's economy minister says the government has some proposals to make to the US on a web tax to avoid risk of retaliation. And White House's Hassett's interview on CNBC has now ended. Before concluding, Hassett did say that a deal with India will be an absolute game changer for the global economy.
Honestly, taking a long here would be pretty low risk to reward. Because you would hope that 470 holds. That would be, you know, pretty small risk. I think I might need to take that.
Order filled.
Do about 10 points.
So in 5 minutes time now, at
See
the
if
top
we
of the hour, we see the release of the US pending home sales
change
change
trend
month
here.
over month. Forecast 0.2% on the prior 1.8%, and the pending homes index saw a prior read of 72.6.
So that's our stop. Okay.
Hassett added that Trump is frustrated with the progress that we've made with India. So Hassett's interview on CNBC has ended, though it does seem he's still making comments to reporters outside of the interview.
Possible bear flag. Still in the middle of the
White House's
range.
Hassett says on India trade that Trump thinks that tariffs will help the situation.
But yeah, we're hoping that this level holds here. We got to break down to here, you know, got bought up really quick. So the risk to reward here, I think, is pretty good.
Hassett says the 25% tariff will address and remedy the India situation.
If it breaks that level, then we get stopped out. It's not a big deal.
Stop filled.
It actually wicked us out, okay. Yeah, that's why sometimes you just take your 1-to-1, because we did have 10 points at one point.
White House's Hassett on the India trade deal says Trump and USTR's Greer will have more information on the additional penalty shortly. Hassett says looking at a 4% growth for the third quarter. So keep in mind, in Trump's Truth Social post where he announces the tariff on India, he did also note a penalty to India for buying oil from Russia, and did say that he'll add an additional penalty due to this, but didn't specify any more.
Oh my
Hassett
goodness.
saying that
So we got
Trump and
wicked
Greer will
out.
have more information
Then
on
it
this
goes right
penalty
back up.
shortly.
Our stop was, I guess, a little too tight. Didn't get in time. Let's see. I mean, we're still in chop zone, everything like that. We're still in a weird range here. So we're kind of waiting on a direction.
White House's Hassett on Canada says there is still hope for progress. One minute now for the US pending homes data.
Okay, we're below VWAP right now, testing it. Don't worry, got your limits set today. Set to lock you out as well. Think you had the orb range wrong. Is the bottom 451? Yeah, it's 451.
White House's Hassett says India might cut prices to the US and reconsider their practices.
Order filled.
Hassett on China trade says Trump is to be briefed today. Ten seconds to data.
minus 0.8%, minus 0.8%, lower than forecast, 0.2%. The pending homes index at 72.72.
Order filled.
Wow. It's looking scary.
Order filled.
My golly. Okay, our drawdown's not looking good, guys. It's looking really bad. Any news? I mean, we got a bunch of stuff coming up today. Man, I keep just getting wicked out, dude. So annoying. Look at that. It's just like stop loss hunt after stop loss hunt. People are putting their stop losses like right below the wicks, and then they just get stopped out.
We have posted out the US pending home sales June 2025 report on the feed for those interested.
I mean, do we go bearish here? It's rejecting off a bunch of these moving averages, starting to widen a bit. Yeah. Might have to start shorting pumps.
So White House's Hassett has now ended his additional remarks to reporters following his CNBC interview.
How does FOMC work with take profit? You just have to not have a position 1 minute before or 1 minute after. That's about it. Lock in profit on UNH. Good luck, everyone. Lock in profit if anybody's long on it there. They're in the red. Still haven't had really any breakout of the range or anything like that. Okay, gold finally got some support.
Order filled.
Starting to look a little bullish. With all that buying. Man.
Order filled.
Man, oh man. It's like looking weak, buyers step in. When do we join the party? This is coming back to breakout potential.
Order filled.
Dude, I'm all over the place, just ain't right. Sent a pics of a crazy line of scalps. Nice, dude. That's what's up, Ben. Still kind of like chopped up a bit, but we're playing it.
US copper stockpiles at 21-year high as tariff deadline looms.
Bank of Canada sees
Order
firms
filled.
moving to compliance with the USMCA on 95% of goods.
Guys, I might honestly blow my accounts today. I might honestly
So
blow
from
my
Bank of
accounts.
Canada, they say US tariff rate on Canada has risen approximately 5 percentage
I
points.
just did not have
So again, US tariff
did not
rate
have
on
much
Canada has risen
drawdown left.
approximately 5 percentage points.
Yeah. It's just about there. So this one's about to be blown.
Order
Okay,
filled.
that's one blown. Got one more. Okay.
Order filled.
So this has to pump or else we're blown. Oh, my camera stopped working. Honestly, got chopped up so bad. That's how it is. Psychological game, guys. That's how it goes sometimes. That's why I needed to just leave whenever I was saying I need to close out. I might have to just do evals. Might have to do evals. It's like right on the line. So it has to hold here, else it blows. It's right there. Yep. Alright, that's everything blown, I think. Yep. Unfortunate. Good game. Guys, that's what I'm saying, like... Oh wait, there's one that's not blown still. There's hope. Oh, never mind, there it goes. Okay. So I'm gonna have to... We still got cash account positions here. But man... Let's see. Yeah, yesterday I had to just like leave, you know. But I stayed. I asked you guys if you want me to stay. You said continue, so I was like, okay, I'll continue. But I definitely know it's not a good idea. And yeah, it was not a good idea. But that's alright. That's what happens. Important thing is how we react to the losses. That's the important thing. Alright. Let's see. Just discovered the channel. Kind of do a 20% cut profit. Never greedy. So slow and steady to build my account. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the smartest way of doing it. I was just, you know, the strategy that I had mapped out was like a fairly like relaxed strategy. So I kind of, you know, over leveraged a bit, took a bit too many trades, didn't follow the strategy, in like a very disciplined manner. So that's what ended up hitting me. All right, let's see here. Choppy. Sense of disturbance in the bull market and Q looking down about 100 points from here. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they're kind of hunting stop losses. It's definitely a bit weird. So far, it's just crazy chop. So I don't know. We're continuing to reject off these levels, though. It's not very good. Let's see. You can pass them again. Yeah, we can pass them. Notice the most successful. Yeah, over time. Which firm are you trading? This is just Weeble cash account. Your wife knew it wasn't a good idea too. I know. There's something that used to work and now works again. Big stocks get heavy, short like Spotify, United Health. Then after shorts take profit, slowly gain. FOMC days are always choppy. Yeah, but I feel like they kind of find a direction pretty quickly. Right now we haven't really found a direction yet. We're literally right in the middle of the range. Kind of interesting. It's definitely interesting. Okay. Okay. Gonna see here. What do we do?
IAEA Chief Grossi to visit Moscow in late September. Furthermore, that was TASS site's Rosatom head.
Okay, looks like we're breaking to the upside.
The Chinese CCTV says China Commerce Minister meets executives from Boeing and Apple.
Alright, I'm trying to get these accounts. Fortunately, Apex... Apex ain't a thing right now. It's only 50% off.
Minutes away now from the bottom of the hour, we get the US crude oil inventories. Forecast for EI crude oil inventories for a draw of 2.6 million. Prior was a draw of 3.169 million. And looking for a range of a build of 1.80 million to a draw of 6.127 million. And the EI gasoline inventories looking for a draw of 1.1 million. Prior was a draw of 1.738 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 0.4 million. Prior was a build of 2.931 million. Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.455 million. Looking to last night's API data, we had API crude coming in at a build of 1.539 million compared to the expected draw of 2.5 million. And crude Cushing inventories yesterday came in at a build of 0.465 million. Distillate inventories came in at a build of 4.189 million. Gasoline stock change FAPI came in at a draw of 1.739 million.
Okay, I'm getting some accounts set up right now. I think I might be cool with copy trading 5 accounts.
Republican Majority Leader Thune, speaking on Fox News, says that we're prepared to move on Russia sanctions bill if required.
Nice little push.
Also, a reminder at the bottom of the hour, we get the Bank of Canada press conference.
Okay, we're testing top of the range.
Time. We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch.
Where's the P&L? They got blown, brother. Why does my stream time out? How can I fix it? I'm not too sure. It'll explode if Powell cuts. Not guaranteed. Not guaranteed at all. Because some people could perceive the cut as big problems in the economy. That is a very nice push. I think we bring up our stops, right?
Let's keep an eye on the S&P 500. Just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside here. No headlines as of yet related to the move, but we'll keep an eye out and relay that to you as soon as we do get anything.
Trying to set my accounts up here. Yeah, Kevin, yesterday whenever I got those losses, I was saying like, hey guys, I probably should end stream, but I'll stay on if you guys want me to. And like almost everybody said to stay on. So I was like, okay, this isn't smart for me.
China's to boost imports from Sweden.
And basically my drawdown got hit pretty hard. Drawdown got hit pretty hard, and yeah. I did not have very
Price is going to
much
activate the
drawdown to
crude
work
oil
with
inventories.
today.
Forecast is for a draw of 2.6 million. Prior was a draw of 3.169 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 1.1 million. Prior was a draw of 1.738 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 0.4 million. Prior was a build of 2.931 million. And Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.455 million. We're also expecting the press conference with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem at the bottom of the hour as well.
I hope this doesn't come right back into this range. That's actually possible. Hopefully this is the test to break out to the upside. Okay, got one more count to make.
Keep in mind, Senate Republican leader Thune has finished speaking on Fox News now. French agricultural minister says, I have little information available, but I'm hearing that there could be a 0-for-0 deal for spirits, and that it wasn't clear for wine.
Okay. Now I gotta wait for this to load up. We got the baby crying upstairs.
One minute remaining now. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
Okay, we should almost be good.
10 seconds. A build of 7.698 million, a build of 7.698 million, higher than the expected draw of 2.6 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 2.724 million, a draw of
Okay,
2.724
still
million,
pending.
which is lower than the expected draw of 1.1 million. Distillates inventories, a build of
Good morning, Diego.
3.635 million, a build of
Good morning. No
3.635
PNL
million,
today. No, I'm
higher than the
resetting.
expected draw of 0.4 million.
Resetting
and
my
crude fishing
accounts. I
inventories,
blew
a
them.
build of 0.69 million, a build of 0.69
Appreciate this
million.
channel. Be a trader first and entertainer second. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'll get the PNL on here soon. It's just going to be zeros. Alright. While that ramps up, let's see. I'm going to log in here.
So we have posted out the weekly EIA inventories reports on the feed for those interested. Did see a little bit of weakness in WTI crude prices off of that larger than expected storage build in crude inventories.
Okay. Why are puts still so
So
expensive?
keep in mind the Bank of Canada press briefing with Governor Macklem is now
because the
live.
volatility is
The videos on
priced
the
in,
feed for those interested.
I'm guessing. Alright, there we go. So we could... Here's the thing, we could play like super leveraged and just pass one account at a time, or we can just copy trade and try to do all of them at once. Might as well copy trade, right? We could not do it if we don't need to. All right. So we are now officially above the 15-minute range. And I think this is where we go. So 510 is our entry point. Oh, wait. It'd be 100. All right, we'll enter there. Our stop loss is 480. But in all reality, we could honestly raise our stop loss. Stop loss could be 495. Waiting for a little pullback to fill us. And that would be us playing the 15-minute opening range. Since we're above it, we're going to be looking to break through this box. And I think on a breakup of this box, we could potentially target TP3. We'll take off half at TP1.
According to sources, US oil producer Chevron receives restricted US authorization to operate in Venezuela.
FOMC option chain gets used. Still fighting that 30-minute cloud. Hourly looks weak. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna play my 15-minute range strategy. Because we finally broke to the upside, so finally broke to the upside. We're kind of staying in it. It was a breakdown signal or breakup signal.
Order
Okay,
filled.
there we go. We filled $640 of risk. $538. We're going to take half. There we go. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I didn't even reset. I just got new evals. Good morning, Stock Jordan. How we looking? We're looking that good. Blew our fundeds, so we're restarting with some evals. Yesterday was not good. Kind of put us in a bad position for today, especially with that chop up in the morning. Uh, 150Ks. So we got 5 of them. So we need to get 9K profit target on them. And we have 5 trading days, minimum trading days. So if we're getting average about 1.7K, or how much would that be? Yeah, about 1.7, 1.8K per day.
Treasury best end says I'm confident.
We'll get that profit target.
Confidence and momentum are coming back to the US economy. So again, best end says confidence and momentum are coming back to the US economy. So keep in mind, Treasury Secretary Bessent currently speaks at an event in Washington.
Let's see. Happens to us all as long as you learn something. Yeah, I might not have to listen to you guys if I know I need to end early. I might have to just do it. Xander, when those funded, no, you need to build a 4.5K buffer for those ones. The big negative part of it is that it's intraday drawdown.
Are incredible.
So that's intraday drawdown kind of sketch, because yesterday I think we got like one of our positions got in the green somewhat well and then rejected. And then we took some losses yesterday, and ultimately the buffer was killed pretty quick. Still trading micros, yeah. Never got those because you thought it was 9K on the funded also. Yeah, it's just 4,500. I mean, which is like still pretty crazy if you think about it. Essentially, before you get your first dollar of payout, you have to get $13,500 of profit. 9K on the eval, and then 4.5K on the funded. Have you ever full ported? I'm assuming
So we have put out
I've
the live
heard
video
full
where
port,
US
and
Treasury
I
Secretary Bessent is
get.
speaking
I'm
at this
pretty sure
Breitbart
what that
event in
means.
Washington. It's on the feed for those
But
interested.
I'm guessing that means, like, just to verify, literally getting the absolute limit of how many contracts you can do. And no, I don't think I ever have. Are these new evals? Yes. So I don't think I've ever full ported. Oh, 5 to 10 on minis. I guess that'd be considered full porting. No, I've never done that. It's kind of scary. I've done 5 minis before, I guess. Like 1 time, maybe 2 times. How many Ks? $150Ks. These ones are take profit trader ones. I honestly do not like the intraday drawdown. Apex Trader funding is way better on the funded accounts, but unfortunately, guess what? The 90% sale ended, I think, yesterday. So that's a little unfortunate. Leeway Pond, long time no see. Just got back from 10-day vacation. Nice. Today, it's not looking good. Yesterday was really bad. Today, blew my accounts. So these are new evals I'm doing. Your most size you've used is 3 contracts. You'd like to build that up for you as a trader. Okay. What news channel do you use? It's Financial Juice. I got the link in the description if you're interested. No problem. All right, we're headed up to TP1. Did I enjoy my birthday? It was a little bit depressing with the with the loss yesterday, but yeah, I enjoyed myself. We just hit the driving range with the wife. Let's see here. Belated happy birthday, thank you. Sorry to hear that. Hope the news mix it up for you later this afternoon. Yeah, hopefully we'll see. But it's fine. That's like, if you decide to do day trading, it's gonna happen. Like, it's just human nature for us to always want to be right, always win, you know, all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, I feel the hit, but it's part of it. So after you
Percent
get
says,
funded
"I'm not
account,
overstating
you'll
to
need
say that China is
13.5k to withdraw.
a bit on
No.
its heels in talks."
So
again, it's not
you get
overstating to say
9k on the
China is a bit
eval.
on
Once you
heels in
pass the
talks.
eval, you get funded accounts
Bank
with
of Canada's Governor
150k.
Macklem says strong core measures of inflation
You just have to get
got our
4,500
attention.
on it. Everything above 4,500 you can withdraw.
Besant notes Japan and EU deals preceded talks with the China team.
You can theoretically withdraw
Bank of
the
Canada's Governor Macklem again,
4.5k
core
buffer,
inflation helped prompt
but
the
it's
rate
like
pause.
only if you break some rules. They'll close down your accounts, and they'll pay out at a 50% profit split on the buffer.
Besant says the
Everything
rest of the
above
world
is
now with
80-20.
us.
On the live accounts, it's 90-10.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem did add that some of the factors that may be causing that increase in core inflation should unwind.
So if we break out of this box pretty well,
Besant says we haven't seen unbalanced economy like China's since the 1800s.
if we break out of it pretty well, we may fight for this box up here. So if we break out of this box, where the target would essentially be like the bottom of this box, maybe a little below. Right now we don't have too crazy of buying power, but it's slowly grinding up, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, we're kind of holding here. There was a bit, it's a little bit of a wedge here. Hopefully
the
it
Indian
breaks to
government
the
on US
upside.
bilateral trade says the government will take all steps necessary to secure our national interest. And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says it's hard to be as forward-looking as usual when you've got an unusual amount of uncertainty. Keep in mind the Bank of Canada did remove all forward guidance from their rate statement, citing the US trade situation.
Yeah, the scary part about this slow grind up is that one news candle could just drop this thing. That's the scary part about it. I don't like longing, but we're following the strategy right now.
Says we need to set policy considering tariff risks.
It's kind of like, I don't like it. I don't love it. We're just kind of grinding here. 525 seems to be resistance. So hopefully we'll break through that. Oh, I just realized I could have probably done funding ticks instead of take profit. Dang, I messed up. Oh well. Could have done funding ticks. I don't know the rules 100%, but I don't remember. I think it's Just Ain't Right that likes funding ticks. I got 35% off. Their one step 100K is with 35% off. That's 125 bucks. Oh well.
And Bank of Canada Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says, I expect more firms to become compliant with the USMCA. Treasury Secretary Bessent says the US is the hottest economy. We have set conditions to quicken.
Wow. That was a big green candle. Nice. Well, this kind of like news candles right now. Different stuff. Different stuff that Bessent's saying. Let's see. You like my funded
French Finance
futures?
Minister says the EU negotiation
I haven't
strategy may
checked
not
them
have
out.
showed enough figure.
Do you have a consistency rule, like your biggest winning day can't be more than 50% of your profit for the
And
eval?
Bank of
Yes,
Canada's
Lawrence.
Governor Macklem says the situation hasn't changed much since
Just for
June.
the eval, for taking profits and whatnot, there are no rules like that. Okay, I'm going to 513 for stop. 513.
French Trade Minister says it is wrong to say that the UK secured a better deal than the E EU.
We're almost at TP1, guys. That was a couple points away. Good morning. What's your take on Microsoft and Meta earnings announcement today? I have no take. No take. I think they're overvalued. Just like all of the Max 7 stocks other than Google. Google's the only one that I think is fairly valued. Alright. Almost to TP1. Whoever take profits are partials. Just like 1 point below TP1. Okay, gold's looking interesting. $5.36.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says Europe is a regulatory morass.
So we kind of did break out. Definitely looks like we broke out. I don't think we're gonna get much resistance
Bessent
here
adds
for
the Chinese economic model is
at least
starting
like
to
20
implode.
points. Yeah, we broke out. You know, the moonshot up to here. But we definitely broke out the resistance finally. The resistance here, I think, is going to be pretty minimal. 550 might be the next one, really. Almost there. Couple more points.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, I'm not expecting a major export rebound in Q3.
Order filled.
There we go. That's our partial. So now I think
Besant says we can keep negotiating on trade past August 1st if there's no deals. Again, Besant, we can keep negotiating on trade past August 1st if no deals.
all right. Where's our TP2? We're almost breaking above it right now. It's gonna show us our next one. All right, TP2 is 23,569. I don't know if we hit that. 23,569. That's right up here. Honestly, we might. Looking at the 15-minute, we might actually. So let's do. We'll just stop down here.
Besant says, I
Go
encourage people not to panic if there's
568.
no deals by August
Actually,
1st.
We'll do
Expect a busy August
558,
with trade deals still to be done.
557 for one, and 568 for the second. Like that.
Besant says, I'd like to see a bit of imagination from the Fed.
Alright, and our
Bank
stop
of
is
Canada's Governor Macklem
513.
says the sad reality is that tariffs mean the economy is going to work less
513.50.
efficiently and there's going to be less income. Besant repeats that the Fed are wrong on tariff inflation.
Okay, a bit of a rejection there. Could take a small scalp.
Besant repeats the market is pricing in Fed rate cuts.
Order filled.
BOC's Macklem says we are going to make sure that a tariff problem doesn't become an inflation problem.
Alright, well that was nice. We did hit TP1. Got pretty big pullback. Not
Besant
too big,
says
20
not
point
expecting a rate
pullback.
cut from the Fed today.
He said
Yeah,
not
Besant says,
expecting
I'm
a
not
rate cut
expecting a rate cut today
the-
from the Fed.
from the Fed, but everybody already knows that. Everybody was already expecting that. So we got our tight stop. Might get stopped here. It's a lot of
Stop
selling.
filled.
Okay. Oh wow. Kinda got a bad fill, didn't we? Wow. All of that for really nothing, huh? All of that for really nothing. That's why you take profits, boys and girls. Alright. Let's look at our strategy. So Okay. Pretty big sell-off there. 40. So that was 30 point sell-off. We're right back into this level. Did I watch your P&L report? Yeah, I saw that. That was awesome. Okay, we hit TP1. TP1 there. S&P's looking like it wants to go. Okay. Where are you today so far? Blown, brother. Blown. These are evals. Hello just ain't right. Do many mistakes, like over trade too much? Yeah, because you were showing that you have 28% successful trades, right? Profitable trades. 2009 Pro Street, welcome. Thanks for the sub. Heading to Florida soon, so you're going to miss FOMC. Maybe it's a good thing. Seems like a coin flip. Yeah. Maybe a little bit. Alright, S&P's testing VWAP. NASDAQ still has a little bit to go to hit it. Russell's rallying. Dow's selling off. Gold. Kind of looks like it might be bottoming.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, entering short here. Doing only 5 points of risk. Maybe I go a little more. 7.5 or 7.5. Little bear flag forming. Want to see a breakthrough here to test VWAP. Your winners are big. Yeah, dude, I've seen them. Those things are nuts.
Bank of Canada's Mank Macklem says Canada needs to think about its place in global trade. Furthermore, Macklem says Canada has opportunities to diverse trade from US.
Entered puts nearly 20 minutes ago, but huge rejection. Yeah. I'm honestly kind of tempted to just hold on to these and not even take the 7 points. Maybe I just play this. Just 10 points of risk. 519. You're in shorts. Okay, Russell and Dow are selling off. S&P kind of chilling. Russell looked like it wanted to go higher. That bull flag failed. Or I guess it broke out with a fake out and then sold
Bank of
off.
Canada's Governor Macklem and Senior Deputy Governor Rogers conclude the press conference.
Let's get to that PM low. Consolidation right now. Don't want to see it over review app. Yeah. Gurov's at 9K. Man, crazy. I look angry and sad. No, I'm just chilling. Whenever I get a straight face and I'm concentrated, I look all mad. Nice. So that was VWAP bounce. It's a support level for the SPY as well. I think I take partials here soon.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, if it breaks below this line here, it's gonna be nice. 19K? Oh my goodness. Been selling 0DT call options and strength today. Nice. Nice short, caught a piece of it. Heck yeah. There we go.
Just keeping an eye on the markets here. The S&P 500 just reversing its
filled.
earlier gains, now close to flat on the session. No news catalyst for this leg to the downside we're seeing here. Just keeping your eyes on the wires nonetheless.
S&P made a newer low. 400 will probably be a pretty strong bounce zone, I would think. NASDAQ, this is kind of a support level. Watch for a bounce here, might want to take profits. What calls inputs for SPY? What calls inputs for SPY? What do you mean? Yeah, I'll close that.
Order filled.
Southern Copper executive says we maintain positive long-term outlook for copper, but believe intense US-China trade war will affect economic growth worldwide.
All right, so if it breaks below this level here, that's continuation, and it probably at least 20 points to test the bottom of this wick. Check out Discord. Bang, look at that. That's nuts. Big positions over here. Potential double bottom on the 1 minute. So if we actually complete the breakdown signal, the play would potentially be if 400 move to the 400s.
Treasury Secretary Percent has
Okay,
concluded his
I'm
remarks.
gonna enter short here. Okay. All right, so we did get the breakdown, but it bounced again. $502. It's kind of too big of a stop, isn't it? Trading options? No, this is futures.
S&P 500 erases gains.
Get payout from 2 accounts. Reject from other 3 because you broke rules. That sucks. What rules did you break? You know any prop firms that do not reduce the drawdown? Apex Trader Funding has static ones. I mean, they're more expensive, obviously, but yeah, Apex has them. You just gotta see the static drawdown one. Huge bounce at 635. It's on SPY, I'm guessing. Trade day also. Consistency 307 in 1 day. Wow. Yeah, those consistency rules kind of suck sometimes. Alright, there's that big bounce. Yeah, let's see. S&P's far below VWAP. NASDAQ's below now, finally. Sit on hands. Yeah, got that breakdown signal, but it didn't complete because it's for this signal it has to be a 5-minute candle below that closes. So it's basically break below 480. It's a breakdown. We got like this little trend line set manually. It's kind of messing with it a little bit.
Spot gold falls 1%.
Oh, wow. Look at gold. Okay, I think we got to close.
Order filled.
Wow. That was a good call on financial juice, man. Yeah, with that drop in gold,
Citi sees Treasury auction growth in
stuff could
November
jump.
2026 versus May previously.
Just going lower. Here, I gotta fix this real quick. Since we got 5. Does anyone in the Discord trade options? I think a couple people, yeah. I don't remember who exactly. Okay, so it held that support. Okay, I think I'm gonna wait for the extremes to take the positions. Did I watch your new entries? Oh, dang, you went long with 30? Wow, nice. That's awesome. Making big bucks over here. You had a good idea short, but when NQ breaks the 20 line after breakout failure, that was your short entry. Broke the 20 line after? What do you mean by that? The 20 EMA? So you're saying when it broke below the 20 EMA and made this bear flag, that would be the short entry? There we go. Sander short does options.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay.
Some coffee?
No, I'm good. I got some. Okay, so you're talking about the EMA. Got it. Let's see, what did it reject here? I guess the 2 minute, 20, 2 and 3 minute. Okay, baby's crying again. Does that mean short signal, guys? Oh, he's crying hard. The market's probably gonna dump. You guys hear him?
Order filled.
Let's break it. Let's break 480, come on. Short, short, sell. If you look at the 15 minute, you see the breakout failure on NQ. Yeah. It's just right in that little low line. Waiting to see it break down. If it breaks down, I think we definitely see 450. Potentially like 410. TP1 is at 420 on the downside for the orb flip. Then the NQ falls below the 2 minute 20. Your entry now, we got another short setup entry. Okay. Will the eval auto close any orders at 2 p.m.? It's very easy to get caught out with the with this otherwise. No, I don't think they auto close. You'll just get failed out. So you have to make sure that you go through on every single account hit just exit at market and cancel. If you have copy trade enabled, then you just do that and it does it for all the accounts. I don't know if other prop firms auto exit, but take profit I don't think does. I've never tested it, I guess I should say. Okay, that's the breakdown signal triggered. Looks to be playing out now. Okay, I might use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll probably set a stop actually up here, just in case. All right. So it's kind of just bounce around this support for now. Good time to sell gold, you think? I would think it's a good time to long it. Beauty of 0DT is that they're cash settled. A lot of futures, I think every futures contract on Webull is cash settled. If you're trading live hogs, I don't think they show up to your door with pigs. Sounds like a nightmare to manage 5 accounts individually. Not if you copy trade. It's just like trading one account. Lean hogs are also cash settled.
Order filled.
Well, as far as I know, so I know 100% like gold and stuff on Webull is all cash settled.
And that Christmas night in Rio de Janeiro, I was doing what the karaoke's do to the rhythm of cavaquinhos and pandeiros. I drank and sang and danced the whole night through. Then as the sun was rising, I climbed up the Corcovado hill.
This level's been holding for quite a while.
With Christ to end the night. Oh, Christmas Eve in Rio.
According to Kyoto, Japan LDP plenary meeting to be held August 8th.
What platform do you recommend for copy trading? Trade8. Not all futures are cash settled, like stocks you'll end up with contracts. Yeah, and I think it depends on the brokerage. Because Webull, they called me yesterday or something because I had a gold trade. And they were like, hey, just so you know, we're a cash settled settlement brokerage. So when your contracts close, your contracts will be closed out and cash will be in your account. You don't know why I'm using Webull for futures? Just because I'm comfortable with it. TradeSyncer is best for copy trading. Trade8's got like a built-in copy trader, so it's like I might as well use it. And then most prop firms have the Trade8 platform.
Order
7
filled.
Copper says contracts priced in COMEX are being honoured. Let's see. Can't trade but one prop firm at a time on Trade8, correct? No, you can copy trade.
Order filled. Order filled.
Alright, I'm gonna do my $10 to 10K challenge video.
Trump to sign into law VA home loan program reform bill today.
Looks like it wants to keep going up.
Order filled. Order filled.
Looking better today? Scott, oh, you missed it, dude. I blew my accounts. These are new evals. I just did not have enough drawdown. There was potential for me to like grind it out, but man, there's definitely potential for me to grind out of that hole, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna make my $10 to 10K challenge video. Today is going to be... It's going to be day 673. Alright, be right back. Oh, you're good, man. Yeah, Xander. I mean, internally, yeah, it hurts, but it's whatever. It happens. Like I said, like, if this is something you're going to be doing for long periods of time, it's gonna happen. Pretty typical. Alright. I'm gonna record this short real quick. Yeah, the interest rate staying the same, probably priced in by like everybody. Okay, I'm gonna edit this real quick. Just stay right. You're saying you're gonna try to go long. See a 5-minute bullish divergence on SPY. Interesting heading into Fed meeting. NASDAQ's definitely getting close to 5-minute 5-minute moving averages crossing over. Looks like they just did. Let's see, is the breakdown signal invalidated yet? I guess it failed. What about from where it did? It's right at the failure point. All right, I'm gonna post this real quick.
Order filled.
Can't trade anymore, gotta take off. Alright, take care, just saying right.
Order filled. Order filled.
It's today flip day. We didn't flip bearish. So we opened up bullish breakout of the opening range.
Order filled.
Gold's continuing down lower.
Order filled.
US crude futures rise more than $1 to session high of $70.27 a barrel on threats of US tariffs and penalties for buying Russian oil.
There's a crazy grind up. No more shorts for you. Looking at 23,412 NDX. Okay.
Order filled.
Been gone for 45 minutes. Did you miss any news? I think something to do with oil. Let me see here. Never mind. Not much of anything actually. Yeah, I'm not seeing really anything.
Order filled.
Started a position off that rejection. Nice. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if today just ends up being like a range. It hasn't really visited the bottom of the morning's range though. 15-minute.
Order filled.
Set up like a bowling pin. If it pumps up 10 minutes before the rate decision, then you'll dump it after it. All aboard. Let's see it, Mr. Ponzi.
Order filled.
Anyone expecting a big move? It's possible we just chop until FOMC. That's kind of possible. Only bullish news today. Should have taken that long. Yeah, I flipped on this pullback. Now I flipped short. Well, silver kind of dumped.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm going long on this. We're getting a breakup signal right now. Average move about 50 points. If we take 40 for 20, that's 563. Yep. I think we have to take 40 for 20. 20 would be 502.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
One.
Order rejected. Rejected.
Whoops. 502. Could go tighter. 514.50. Do we go tighter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Order filled.
Let's see here. Will Jerome Powell become the next Arthur Burns, or actually do the unthinkable, save the U.S. and raise interest rates for all the neglected savers over the decades of too big to fail nonsense? Yeah, that would be interesting if they raise. GDP was strong. Think rates remain unchanged. Yeah, as Harris said, 95% chance that rates stay the same, so everybody's pricing in rates staying the same. If the Fed decides to hike rates or lower them, it's going to be some very interesting stuff. It'll be very interesting what happens. So that's a breakout signal.
Order filled.
This is probably gonna keep going. We could move up their stop. One, two, three, four.
Order filled.
One, two, three. If he lowers, the market will boom higher, right? I don't know. I don't think so. The thing about him raising is some investors may potentially think that the economy's in trouble. So it's hard to say what happens. All right, broke through. TP2's 568. The breakup signal approximately 50 points. Okay, that would get us to TP2. That's what the average move. You got in for a long at 494, looking for 577. Nice. Awesome entry. 23,400 has good resistance. I mean, it's got support for now. Or you're talking about NDX? 400 being good resistance. I don't know, we'll see. This will either be a double top or it breaks through. With the current momentum, it looks like it's probably going to break through. Let's see. Good morning, Rusty. If I take 40 points, that's 560. All right. I think I'm gonna close
Order
this
filled.
here. Starting to get overbought a little bit. Okay, if it grinds up here, that's when I potentially enter shorts. $550 might be a good spot as well. Too short of 413. You took that long, right?
Order filled.
US stocks move higher, Dow up 0.1%,
Order
S&P
filled.
500 up about 0.25%, and NASDAQ up 0.447%.
Okay. Today I've just been like kind of sticking to scalps. I don't know, doing the big
filled.
moves for me maybe just ain't the thing. FOMC at 1 or 2 p.m. FOMC is at 2 p.m. So 1.5 hours away.
Order filled.
Looking for 364. Your Wi-Fi just went out and you missed your short entry. That sucks. Sucks going after home runs. Don't do that anymore. Yeah, I want to stop doing it too. It's just, I don't know. I kind of found this strategy and everything, and it's like, it's fairly It's fairly good. It's got a really good win rate and everything, but I think I need to play it, but like take the ticks when I get them and raise my win rate. Because I got all the numbers, I got all the stats. But like I need to yeah, I need to just play the bull flags, the bear flags, that kind of stuff in the direction of my signals. You bought an account on Apex but have no idea how to place trades. Going from Forex to futures is mind-blowing. If you go on Tradeovate, you can open up the DOM, and you can just buy and sell on it and just have a chart opened up somewhere else. You're using NinjaTrader. There's a DOM on NinjaTrader as well. But like you're able to log into NinjaTrader and Tradeovate with the same account. It should be like the same login credentials, I think. Do I think they're gonna cut the rate? No. I think we're staying the same rate and slight possibility of a rate raise. You see it wanted to move while you went to make pancakes. This is a potential bull flag forming here, so I'm short right now, but potential bull flag. Yeah. Okay, that was a little fake. Nice. That was a little fake. It needs to break through here. Keeps holding that level. Okay, I'm just gonna
Order
exit that.
filled.
On the prop firm account and the cash, I think I'll stay here. Or do I exit here as well? Looks like it wants to break. Okay, that's the first partial. I think I exit there. Could keep going, but whatever. Let's see. When doing new evals, do try to make as much as possible on the first day, or spread it out over the 5 days. Guess it depends on how you're feeling. The past several, or the first like several times, I would just go like max risk, get the $4,400, you know, out of the 9K, get as close to 50%, and then like try to get the other 50 like the next day, and then just make like one little tiny trade 3 more days to get the 5 days. But spreading across five days is fine too. I've kind of done both, I guess. Your Wi-Fi keeps cutting, you're missing the short scalps. You don't have a Scooby, how to place trades. It's all with ticks and stuff. Need to learn more. Yeah, I mean, all you gotta know is like how much a tick is worth, and that's just basically your profit or loss. And when you're buying or selling, you know, if you're selling, that's short. If you're buying, that's long. Entry trigger at 45 didn't process. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wow, seriously, it didn't process there. That sucks. Drawing the ATL or E yesterday, they fail many times. Just use support and resistance. We just got a breakout failure. Yeah. Do you only do scalping or any other option strategies do you execute? I don't do any options, but I have a for futures, I have a strategy that I back tested. It's a mixture of two strategies. It's with indicators. I have a video on the YouTube channel. The most recent video, so if you want to check it out, you can. And I got the Excel spreadsheet for free if you wanna use it. I'm gonna take the back test to paid Patreon members in 2 days. So if you're curious to do it, you can check it out. NQ BOS 1 minute, whatever the heck BOS is. I'm guessing that means bearish divergence. ES is holding. Wow, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and NQ's starting to get bearish divergence, and the ES is still bullish. Oh, break of structure. Okay. Alright, gold looks like it kind of bottomed, huh? Should I take a gold long? I think I'm gonna take a gold long. I'll set stop around here. Profit up there. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. About 80 for 260 on that one. It's like this strategy is winning right now or something like that. It's the most recent video. Okay.
Order filled.
Jumping in here on the short. I want to get a pop here so I can add some. Could still potentially be a bull flag. Not really, but potentially. It kind of broke below this level, so it's kind of validated.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Alright, if this comes and breaks 500 level, that'd be a breakdown signal. But I think I'll take some off, about 20 points down. Fasten your seatbelts. 546 was the golden touch fib, as they say. Okay. You're trying to get in at 532. Yeah, it didn't pop up. I was hoping it would pop, but I thought I might as well enter. Just in case it didn't and selling accelerated. Here's a pop zone, possibly. You're printing, reverse your position at 540. Nice. Good reversal. Train's leaving the station, yeah. Yeah, today's just looking like nice choppy. But yeah, like I was saying, if we break 500, we probably, if we break 500, we'd probably go something like this. So break 500, well, that would only be like 10 points. I guess there's always also something like that, which if it breaks, maybe it goes lower. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. 490 might be support. Okay, there's bounce. Entry away from the 20 EMA. Cannonball Express.
Order filled.
You came back and it got you? Oh, you got filled at 532? Nice. Hopefully this isn't a reversal. We'll see. Still bearish right now. Met it at like 528. Okay. IMP level here. Bro, when you say imp level, you know what comes to mind for me? I think of RuneScape. I think of level 3. I don't know if we have anybody who's ever played RuneScape in here. You'd probably get that. Imp level. Oh, important level, okay. You played RuneScape growing up? Yeah, what'd you think when he said imp level? Holding 524. Yeah. Might potentially be a reversal. Long or short, I'm short here, but I might just cut it here soon. Your brother-in-law is still addicted to RuneScape? Man. The crazy thing about like day trading and stuff, if you actually were to do it full time, if you were addicted to RuneScape, you could easily play RuneScape all day trading. You just be like playing on the side. That'd be funny.
Airbus will open second China assembly line this year.
So let's see if this is a nice little bear flag for us to continue down.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be signing a congressional bill, according to his roll call. So we saw earlier reports that Trump is assigning into law a VA home loan program reform bill today. So again, that congressional bill due to be signed at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at the top of the hour.
Close your short, not feeling confident. If you're in a trade by 2, you're holding or waiting for reaction first. I don't think I'm going to be holding through FOMC. I wouldn't want to trade through it. There's potential to make a lot of money, also potential to lose a lot of money. It's going to whipsaw a lot. So, I don't really want to. Okay. Yeah, actually, I think with an eval you're allowed to with Take Profit Trader. It's just not the funded accounts or live accounts.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Trump due to be signing a congressional bill on VA home loan program reforms.
Order filled.
Okay, I'm exiting right there. It could fail to the downside. But my stop is right above this tick, so in case it was pumping up there, I didn't want to get stopped out. This was a bear flag forming. Looks like it's playing out now. Unfortunate. Yeah, we achieved the opening range breakout. It hit TP1, not TP2 yet. TP2 is 569. So TP1 already got hit. Yeah, there goes the red that I was looking for. That would have been break even though. You get nervous when your drawdown gets under 1,000. Yeah. Haven't had a red day in 27 days. Feel like Neo from Matrix, but it can't last forever. Dude, that's awesome though. That's really cool. Short finally recovered, got out of it. Down 3,400 on the prop. RIP. Sorry, brother. It happens though. It happens. Today's actually a pretty hard day to trade. Today's just like scalps only. Very, very hard day to trade. So this is kind of the range we're in right now. So if it goes up here, I'll short. If it goes down here, I would want to long. Then if it breaks up through here, I guess you could potentially try to play for the play into this white box. Sharvesh Sukun, thank you for the sub. Still holding 524 year long. Nice. So yeah, anyways, I'm just gonna try to trade in this range here, in this channel. The white box is kind of like a control area, I guess. It used to be. It was resistance a couple times. Now it's become support. $518.50 stop loss. Okay, yeah, that's pretty tight. It's not a bad long, actually. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Korean ministers held trade discussions with Lundin and Gray on Wednesday.
Alrighty. We took that gold long. It's going well so far. So far going alright. So we take profit there, that's 150. I'm fine with holding gold for the long term. All right. Yo, Gurav, what's up? Yeah, everybody is waiting for that meeting. Top Step, baby. Phoenix, what's happening on Top Step, huh? I do kind of want to be more short than long in general, I think, here. Just overall. Want to be more short than long, so trying to wait to see us grind up here and I enter a couple. Also, yeah, because this grind up's like, we had some buyers and here's some sellers, bit of chop, but like, yeah, maybe I will trade through FOMC. We're literally at all-time highs almost, you know what I mean? So like the FOMC meeting, I'm just like, what can they say to shoot the market up, you know? Like what can they realistically say? I don't think there's very much they can say to shoot up everything. RTY HOD. Let me just double check on the rules if I can hold through a news event. FOMC. Okay, so I'm allowed to hold through a news event. I think I might actually, on the grind up, just load up into shorts slowly. And just hold it up until FOMC, because that's in 1 hour. I'm like trying to think, like, what could they really say to shoot up the market? I don't think there's much. I just looked, Lynette, on Take Profit Trader. I can, but Apex probably not. ES 425 needs to hit. Okay, treasuries are starting to get bought up. Silver, gold starting to get bought up. Okay, I'll start my short
Order
position
filled.
here. I want it to grind up more though. I want to build up the position. Not on Take Profit Trader, really? I thought I just looked. It says not for Pro and Pro Plus accounts. Let me double check then. Trade approved products during approved times. So Okay, FOMC. So all pro accounts must be out of all positions to have no open orders 1 minute before, during, and after the news events. So FOMC. I'm pretty sure you're allowed to trade the eval during a news event. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Lynette. 1 to 3 points. 267 trades. Dang. Been scalping 1 point moves with 10 minis all day. 267 trades. 1 to 3 points. Dude, that is nuts. That's freaking awesome. What's your PNL from that, Ben? 267 trades, 10, so 2,670 minis times $5 per trade. That means your commissions are about $12,000 today. Am I counting that right? $950 in 8 accounts. Nice. Dude, the commissions ate you up, though. That's crazy. Cause that's like $12,000 of commissions. Am I tripping? Average is 1 to 2K. Yeah, because if you're taking 1 tick, the commission eats half of the profit, right? Really? No commissions on sim fundeds with top sub? Wait, so how did you only take $950? Let's say you took 1 point on 267 trades on 10 minis. That's 2,670 points. Each point is $10, right? No, $5. So that'd be $10,000. Oh, okay, lots of losers. Never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm like, oh, 100% win rate. Just kidding. I gotcha. Alright, well, we started selling off. I wanted to grind up higher, but I
Keep
guess
in mind
we
with Trump's event,
almost
it
top
is
ticked
closed
that.
press, so not expecting any live stream, but it's been pushed back to 1:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Well, I wanted a better entry.
Order filled.
I guess I can add here. Want it to come break out here so I can short, but it's just not going. So I think there's a lot less potential of us breaking out of this channel to the upside. I think there's higher potential of us coming down to the bottom of the channel, testing and breaking through. And I would think FOMC would be an excuse for that to happen. I want to get a bigger position size though, at better average. If we were to only get down to the 450, that'd be a very nice profit. But you know, we could obviously go lower, but this would be like my take profit zone, that box. Let's see here. Sorry, I missed a bunch of messages. One direction rule. Apex permits traders to engage in news trading during significant market events, which can lead to rapid price movements. However, traders must adhere to a one direction only rule. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess they can't like spread stop losses or whatever to open positions and just take scalps on the volatility. No commissions on top step fundeds, but the fee for 10 minis is $28 total. That's pretty good. 28 bucks. $2.80 each. Okay. 200 bucks per point minus 28. Okay. It's not bad. I honestly want to see this get up to the 550s. I don't want it getting any higher though. The problem starts when the price reverses without giving you that 1 point. Goes red very quickly. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking doing scalps like that, huh? If Orangeman would have nominated Jim Mad Money Kramer, stocks would be 4x higher. Jerome doesn't want to replace Arthur Burns as the worst Fed chair ever. Is Arthur Burns the one that was cutting rates during the 60s, 70s? Causing that spike of inflation to, what was it, like 12% or something? You were down 4.2k earlier this morning, but have made base hits back to even. Nice. Hey, not bad. No stop loss either. Yeah.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
Same game plan here. Yeah, I was like, whenever the Fed cut rates the first time by 50 basis points, I was like, dude, I don't think that was a good cut. I mean, I loved it because I refinanced the mortgage and everything. Because I got the house with super high interest. But like for the economy, I was like, probably not smart. Only enter long at bottom of high volume, mid internal candles, and short at top of external candles. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, honestly, like the only thing that could bust you is just like news, which I guess happens like every day. But yeah. What happens if there's no change in FOMC? I don't know, but I would probably think that we sell the news instead of buy the news. I've talked about this before. We've gotten pretty overextended. We hit overbought on the daily. We're heading into August, August, September, October.
27 counterparties take
usually bearish.
$155.481 billion at
So
Fed reverse
if you go back years before, or like just look at some stats, August, September, October are usually bearish. The fact that we've kind of overextended a bit without any significant pullbacks is a little bit of a concern. So if you look at the daily chart, see the purple line, that's the 200 EMA. Let's see, I could enable the 100 as well, just so we can see it. The 100. So gold line right here. So if you can see, during like rallies, like nice rallies, it's testing that 100 EMA constantly on the daily. It hasn't been doing that on this rally. So if you can see, we kind of blasted through it. If you look back here, you know, anytime it's really extended quite far above the 100 EMA, it's come down to test it. And on bigger pullbacks, it's tested the 200 EMA. The 200 EMA is really, unless you're going into a bear market, the 200 EMA is a really nice buy point. The 100 EMA is like an okay buy point, like for just long-term investing into indices and whatnot. 200 EMA is like a little bit stronger buy point. But then if you go to weekly, in bear markets, in crashes, things like that, the 200 weekly EMA is like strong buy territory. So if you can see here, 2022 bear market went to the 200 EMA. This was strong buying. During COVID, we blasted down, and guess what? We found support right at the 200 EMA on the weekly. So all of that to say, on the daily, we want to see at least a retest of the 100 EMA. We are quite overextended. So as you can see here, here's last July, got quite overextended. Boom, into a little bear market. So that's kind of what I'm expecting over the next several months. You know, everybody says it's hard to call tops and whatnot, but like, just looking at previously what happened when you get overextended, you come back down. So FOMC would be a great excuse for people to start selling the news. So yeah, yes, that was shocking as an analyst. Gama Brazil, I was lucky as well. Remortgaged the house just before the interest rate raise. Yeah. David, hey. Fish Lips, just subscribe. Cool channel. Thanks, brother. Welcome. Mr. Ponzi, say they're praying for a cut. That ain't gonna happen. And the demand was all front loaded. 10 or bag holder recession similar to the Japanese. Mackie Max, maybe 0.25 rate hike with low unemployment and prices still high. Yeah, I think there's definitely way more chance of a rate hike than a rate cut. Anybody that thinks they're gonna cut rates is probably only banking on it because of pressure from the president. Because he's been really pressuring it. He's been pressuring the Fed. He's been using a lot of borderline illegal, borderline, what's the word? Blackmail tactics. So I think there's a higher probability of us selling the news on the FOMC. I don't think there's much that they can say or do for us to like shoot up with the FOMC meeting. I think there's possibility of a nice little shooting star possibly before selling. but I feel more comfortable now that I know I can hold through the news event. I think I feel more comfortable with shorts going into it. That would make too much sense. I mean, Powell's still been, you know, he's taken on the pressure pretty well. He's not just folding. Market's ultra bullish. You really do think it will pump hard into Nvidia earnings? Oh, David, I don't know. I honestly think a lot of these stocks, Mag 7 stocks that have been rallying up until earnings, I think Google was like the only one that had potential to rally, which it did after earnings, because that's the only one that was like fairly valued. All the other Mag 7 stocks are very overvalued. I think those will be sell the news events. This ain't the MAGA the cult wanted. I mean, I like a lot of stuff that Trump has done. It's just, you know, we're all human, we're all sinners. Some of the stuff he's done I don't exactly agree with. Apple is also a bit undervalued. You think so? Let's see how Apple's moving. So Apple caught some support there. I haven't done fundamental analysis on Apple in a long time. We were wanting a rally before dump. Bought some dips today. Dips. Max short Nvidia. Man. Yeah, that Nvidia pullback is gonna be so gnarly. NFP on Friday smells like massive whipsaw to me. Yeah, probably. Other new position is long wheat, 2x. WHTH. Whoops. WHTH. Brian, welcome. Over the counter. I can't see it for some reason. All right. So we're getting close to a breakdown signal on the strategy. The breakdown signal kind of, I don't know. I don't like how it drew it, but I guess it's there. Stay in cash until Powell speaks. Yeah, that might be smart. What's up, everyone? Choppy day, yep. 30 minutes to go for action. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be some fun movement.
There's still no live video for Trump when he signs the VA Homeless Reform Bill Act.
Gold's still coming up. Silver. Wow, silver had a huge sell here. Huge volume. Didn't even move it. Interesting. Let's see here. Imagine a surprise 25 point rate hike. Yeah, that would be interesting. on SPY calls is even worse than SPX. Dual. Sometimes you like choppy days because it's a lot easier, a lot stressful. Yeah. Yeah, we were able to be somewhat green today. That line is like 15K contracts deep. Yeah, it is kind of nuts. That was a lot of volume. I feel like all those contracts may lean towards a sell after 2 p.m. Do you think they are selling off winners to satisfy margin calls on other positions? I don't know. If you're talking about like the big they, probably not. I don't think margin calls would be a thing for them, especially with like how movement has been so far. I don't think there would be many margin calls institutionally. There's probably been way more margin calls on shorts. Brian, where are your Audible news announcements coming from? That's Financial Juice. I got a link in the description if you want it for yourself. But it's definitely nice. I've caught some good trades off of it because sometimes you get the data before live streams, things like that. Can you do a poll? Will it go up or down after news? Yeah, we could. Let's see. He won't dare raise rates. I mean, raising rates would be logical based on the numbers we're seeing. Liquidating gold and silver. No rocket science. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. Would you close position if it drops and reload on a spike high? If it comes all the way down here, I'll probably cut the position. Yeah. Before the FOMC, if it starts selling off, I think I'll cut the position, yeah. Let's see. Kind of looking like head and shoulders. Yeah, it does a little bit. There we go. There's the poll.
It's about 28 minutes ago until we get the interest rate decision from the Federal Reserve, where they're expected to keep rates unchanged. Of course, reminder, there's no SEP, or Summary of Economic Projections. Now, the previous rate statement on June 18th, they said that although swings in net exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market conditions remain solid, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goal. And also on the article that we have posted out the prep, there is the previous FOMC SEP projections that have been posted on there. First bit of investment bank views then from ANZ. They expect no change to the rate at the FOMC's July meeting. They say labor market conditions are close to full employment, and unemployment rate has been relatively stable between 4 and 4.2% over the past year. This has allowed the Fed to focus on price stability, patiently watch inflation data for signs that higher tariffs are leading to a persistent rise in pressures. FOMC Governor Bowman and Waller have publicly stated they support a July rate cut, so a decision to hold is unlikely to be unanimous. In the past year, there have been two separate indications of dissents from governors, Bowman in September 2024 and Waller in March of 2025. Unlike this time, however, their previous dissents were hawkish. The last dissenting vote by governor was in 2005. Before that was in the early 1990s, when two governors dissented at the same meeting. From intermediate communications, we know that owing to elevated inflation uncertainty from tariffs, most voting members of the FOMC want to see more data over the northern summer before considering changes to monetary policy. We'll be looking for some tweaks to the language in the FOMC statement alongside any comments from Powell that signal the September meeting is live for a rate cut. For example, if he acknowledges the labor market is cooling or that there is room to support the labor market. On the inflation side, if Powell focuses on the trend disinflation in services, it might be interpreted as a sign that there is less concern about a negative spillover from tariffs to broader inflation outside of goods. If no signals come out of this meeting, Powell could later flag a shift to a resumption of rate normalization at the 21st, 23rd August Jackson Hole Symposium, and at that time, he'll have more inflation and jobs data, as well as a resolution to where reciprocal tariff rates might land given the August 1st deadline.
Interesting. Okay. Apex isn't 90% yet. It's at 50%, I think, now.
JP Morgan's Michelle
I'll need to change that.
says that they expect 1%, possibly 2%, at the Fed. Currently speaking on an interview in Bloomberg TV.
So, let me see here. So yeah, Bolinox is 91% right now. And then funding ticks is 35%, and funding ticks actually pretty decent price.
Hassett says data is consistent with the Fed cutting rates, and he respects independence of Fed.
Yeah, funding ticks has a instant funded option, which is kind of cool. But that one's 35 off. Bolinox is 91% off, but yeah, Apex, their sale ended yesterday. So Apex is only 50% off right now.
Hassett says many economists think that the Fed has been too slow.
Are you gonna hold your copy trades through FOMC? I think I will, yeah. Unless we get a dump here, I'll close it. If we rally up, I think I'm gonna add on a couple more shorts for FOMC. Abili depends on what Trump tweets after decision. Ben, watch that language, Ben. Well, you got a nice scalp on that pump. Congrats, man. Is that on 10 minis? David said he'll quote, "Too late. Have to cut rate." Yeah. It'll be interesting. So we got about 60-40 to the bear side.
And JP Morgan's
Very
Michelle,
interesting.
who's the global head of fixed income, says that uncertainty has cleared up to some extent.
I'm doing take profit trader evals right now, and with those, you're able to trade through news. It's only on the evals though. All right, well, out of 31 of you guys, 32 of you guys, 59% bearish. Okay. You saw an email that Top Step is not using Tradeovate from tomorrow. What do we do with the current funded accounts? Probably NinjaTrader, I would think. You'd probably have to do it all on NinjaTrader.
JP Morgan's Michelle says that we haven't seen the full impact of tariffs for the full quarter.
Yeah, the whole thing, how tariffs have affected businesses and all of that, it's kind of
Michelle
a
adds that I think
pretty
the
big
Fed
deal.
is likely on hold in September as well.
It's kind of a big deal because, you know, it's going to take months to see the full impact. We're like super overextended, bought up, all that stuff. Once we start seeing that data, that's going to be a really great excuse for the market to enter a bear trend.
The Trump touts EU-Japan
So,
trade
yeah.
deals. We do have a video for you to watch.
Couldn't find anything that says the Apex eval account has to be closed, so hope it doesn't close you out. Okay. Delat 2009, thanks for the sub, welcome. Top Step went all into Project X only now.
Michelle says
I've
June
never heard of
inflation
Project
data showed
X.
the start to see pass through.
Yeah, hopefully the Apex account is
Trump
allowed to
says
be traded
negotiating with
through.
other
I'm not
nations,
100% aware of
and the
how
rest
those
will
rules
receive
are.
a bill.
I don't think I haven't. What's ChatGPT saying? It's probably just regurgitating news.
Order filled.
We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch Trump speaking live.
Okay, Trump's speaking live. That's why we're pumping up a little bit. Okay.
Michelle says, I think Powell is going to reiterate the bias to ease.
Order filled.
Trump says Powell probably won't lower rates today.
Think I'm gonna wait for the gold trade, close it out at profit. Gold might spike, who knows, but yeah, I'll just wait. 550. Okay.
So going back to then the investment bank fees then for the Fed rate decision, ING, they say the market is currently pricing virtually zero chance of a rate cut, despite Trump pushing the Fed to lower interest rates immediately, and two of his appointees to the Federal Reserve, Waller and Bowman, saying they could support such action. However, the rest of the committee feels they have time to wait, especially in light of the recent firmer than expected June jobs report and ongoing uncertainty about how inflationary the president's tariffs will be.
Mhm.
So they say the inflation has been well behaved recently, posting 0.1%, 0.2% month-to-month readings between February and May, but we always suspected it would be 3 months from April to May before the tariffs showed in the data. That means
SPY
the
broke
July,
out a
August,
bit.
September CPI reports, where we see the potential for 0.4% month-to-month or even 0.5% prints. The Fed was stung by the criticism after suggesting the post-pandemic supply shock price hikes would be transitory, only for inflation to hit 9% in 2022. It will not want to cut rates on a hunch and only have to backtrack again if inflation becomes more persistent. As such, we believe this meeting will be a non-event with rates left on hold and quantitative tightening left likely unchanged. German Finance Minister urges cabinet ministers
My
to cut
funded
spending
futures
close
allows
budget
new
gap of
trading.
over 30
News
billion
trading, I
euros
don't
in
know.
2027. This is in an interview with Hard Tagesthemen. As Germany's Finance Minister Klingbeil make those comments.
Seems strangely stable despite Trump saying rate cuts unlikely. I guess so. Queendom, I think Project X is this name of the platform. Oh, that's the only one you'll be able to trade on? Oh, wow. So Top Step's like completely getting away from NinjaTrader and Tradeovate then. That kind of sucks. Okay, that was a breakout signal. TP2 is 569.
So let's go into the Q&A session now with Trump. And just reading through the final bit of research then from investment bank views, Goldman Sachs says that the FOMC is set to leave the Fed funds rate unchanged at this meeting. A statement is likely to acknowledge the
Oh,
softer
they
growth
share
pace in
data
the first
between
half
prop
of the year,
firms
but
so
is
they can detect
unlikely to offer
hedging
a
and
strong
trading in
hint
different prop
about
firms at the
September.
same time. I guess
Governor
that's smart.
Bowman and will have indicated that they would like to cut and are likely to dissent in the press. The press conference, Powell will probably be asked about the 2-cut baseline implied by the median June dot.
Yeah, because imagine
Trump
if you
says, just a headline here
use
now, Trump
two
says
different
keeping
prop
interest rates
firms
high
to
is
get
hurting
instant
people.
funded
Going back
funded
to the
accounts,
investment bank view then.
and you full
They say that
ported
Powell will probably be
in
asked about
opposite
the
directions on the
the
two
2-cut
accounts.
baseline implied by the median June
One
dot.
blows up, the
He
other
will
one
likely
makes
acknowledge
you
it, but
a
note
lot
there
more
are still 2 rounds of inflation and
than
employment
the
data ahead
account
of the September
costs.
meeting, and reiterate that decisions will be made on a meeting-by-meeting basis. So Goldman Sachs continues to expect 325 basis point rate cuts this year, September, October, and December, followed by 2 more in 2026 to a terminal rate of 3 to 3.25%. They say our Fed funds rate scenario analysis implies that our probability weighted Fed forecast remains
You're
dovish
going flat
relative to
into
market pricing.
FOMC. All right. Wait, so is that news of the dot plot being posted? Terminal rate of 3.25. I think that's a little bit higher, right, than was previously. I thought they were trying to get a terminal rate of like 2.5 before. Now it's 3.25.
Trump says that here the Fed will cut rates in September.
The Fed will cut rates in September.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour now, where we expect the US interest rate decision. Forecast is for no change, prior force for 5%. We get the FOMC rate statement. Remember, we don't get the SEP, we get that at the next meeting.
Okay, I want to see this come down into this level for me to close out position. If it doesn't come down here, then I hold through FOMC. What?
Trump says that Powell is too late, even if he does it today.
I'll be right back, 1 sec.
Trump says BRICS is an attack on the dollar. And it says that India tariffs is over BRICS and trade deficit. And adding that India doesn't do much business with the US. Trump says we're talking to India now and we'll see what happens.
Okay. You're short into FOMC but have a stop loss set. How tight is your stop loss? Because
So
if you
Trump
have a
says,
very
"You'll know
tight
at the
stop
end of the
loss,
week." So it says we'll see what happens
you might
with
get
India.
stopped out.
You'll know at the end of the week.
Because you could get a fake to the opposite direction. Got your popcorn for the trader with short 10 event. Let's put him on the screen. Heck yeah. Disregard that. You hit your profit target on the last trade before FOMC. Nice. Might open another. Alright. Got 7 minutes left. Could potentially set a stop up here. I don't know.
Trump says Canada has been charging our farmers for years. And Trump says that we're negotiating with India right now.
I think I stay short on the prop firm account and then add to the position if we get a spike up. On the cash account, I'm kind of thinking to maybe cut and slight profit. It would come back down and then just enter some short orders up here. Because I kind of forgot how volatile FOMC can be.
5 minutes ago now until we get the Fed rate decision. Forecast is for no change. Prior 4.5%. We also get the Fed rate statement as well.
It's kind of just sat above this level. All right. Yeah, the volatility coming up is going to be pretty fun.
Trump says that we're dealing with a lot of leaders on tariffs today. And we're moving along well with China.
Breakdown or breakup signal, breakout signal, still valid.
And
Average
I think we'll have a
move
very
would be
fair deal with China.
584. So I'm just watching that as well.
1 minute to go now to begin the FOMC rate decision. And Trump concludes his remarks at the bill signing event.
Okay, gold's climbing. Bond's climbing a little bit.
Ten seconds.
Oh, look at that spread.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged
that spread, man.
4.5% as expected.
That's
Fed says
crazy.
economic growth moderated in the first half of the year. Governors Waller and Bowman dissented in favor of rate cut. Fed removes language saying uncertainty has diminished. Fed says inflation remains somewhat elevated, labor market conditions remain solid, and recent indicators suggest growth of economic activity moderated in the first half of 2025. Unemployment rate
Okay.
remains low, labor market conditions remain solid.
Order filled. Order filled.
Just keeping on the market reactions here. Dollar seeing some downside.
Used to
movement, just a
actively
little bit
trade
there.
the
Next to
FOMC spikes.
500 did see a little
Now
bit
you've
of
gotten a
movement
bit
towards
more
the upside.
deliberate, slow trader.
So the Dixie holding on to gains after the FOMC. White
So
House.
it was
says
a
Trump
nice little
signed a
spike, I
proclamation
guess.
to address effects of copper imports on America's national security. As said with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 climbing
I
to
wicked off
session
of our
highs.
little
I'm just
our
reversing
little
that
channel
towards
here.
upside now.
Ivan the normal, thanks for the sub, welcome.
We have also posted out the FOMC rate statement as well on the feed for you to read through.
Order filled.
Nice.
Treasury's pair loss after Fed holds rates steady with dissent. Again, you had Waller and Bowman that preferred to
Order
lower the
filled.
Fed funds rate by a quarter point.
Whoa.
Trump says proclamation imposes universal 50% tariffs on imports of semi-finished copper products and copper-intensive derivative products effective August 1st.
Not
Seeing
bad.
the US Treasury 2 10-year yield curve steepens after Fed statement.
Really nice. Yes, missed 1 point.
So the US 2-year
sorry,
Treasury
man.
yields trim rise in wake of Fed statement, last flat at about 3.879%. Spot gold unchanged after the Fed rate decision, last down about 0.7%.
Okay, that was S&P VWAP
The White House
bounce.
says Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40%
NASDAQ hasn't
tariff
gotten to
on
VWAP yet.
Brazil. Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil, bringing total tariff amount to 50% for Brazil.
Bounce near the top of the orb.
As a reminder, with Trump's proclamation on copper imports, it
Oh,
was
yeah,
announced
true.
in early July.
Yeah, that's the top of the orb. It's also 100 EMA on the 5-minute and also SPY VWAP.
Traders still fully price in at least one 25. Traders still fully price in at least one 2025 Fed rate cut. JP Morgan's Michelle says that we have to pay attention to the two dissents. White House says that de minimis exemption suspension effective August 29th.
Okay, if it stays under like 520, it's probably going to continue lower. That would be our breakdown signal as well.
JP Morgan's Michelle says that I expect Powell to say not much disagreement in actuality.
I'll just close here on the cash account.
So just that the U.S. With the new U.S. tariff order for Brazil cites Bolsonaro persecution.
Okay, we'll enter a couple cells up here. Just one for now, actually.
We have posted out the live stream of the FOMC press conference. Remember, that's at 2:30 p.m.
filled.
Eastern time. You did see the Brazilian real briefly sliding after US releases tariff fact sheet.
Almost hit TP2. Yeah, I guess it was off a little bit, yeah. I had this channel graphed out, so it's like, I'm surprised it perfectly rejected the top of that. Really not much movement. 50 points of range there off FOMC, but really not much movement. Let's see if this little trend line rejects.
Futures implied traders now see 68% chance of Fed lowering rates at least 25 base points at the September meeting, and futures implied traders see 65% chance of the Fed lowering rates at least another 25 base points at the December meeting. So it did see, well, of course, off the back of the copper headlines, I did see movement towards the downside on copper there.
Still long from 524.
JP Morgan's Michelle says, I'd be wary that corporate America
Added
is
at
bottoming.
518. Man, nice. Good long.
corporate America is learning how to absorb tariffs.
We're gonna tune into his news conference. No, I won't. I'll just be getting the financial juice updates. He'll just say anything important he says. Thinking lower here. Yeah, I'm still in the shorts. We came down a little bit, but not as much as I'd like. I'm honestly surprised how well we're holding here.
Order filled. Order filled.
The White House say copper input materials and copper scrap are not subject to the 232 or reciprocal tariffs.
You can make a lot of quick money fading the moves on most of the reports using a simple mean reversion technique. That's for young ends with quick reflexes. Yeah, that was so much chop in both directions. So you could have taken like any trade as long as you don't have stop losses. I guess you could have made it there. Surprised you didn't close at 510. What price were you targeting? I was targeting a break, or I was targeting down here on the bottom of this taking half position off. I took some profit. I took a couple scalps right in this level. I took like 512 somewhere else. So I took a couple scalps off, but I was planning on the core position having it right around VWAP, which I didn't get to, and then holding for a break to the downside.
So the US ends duty-free de minimis for low-value shipments.
Added more on this pullback. All right. NVIDIA, new all-time high. Short NDX is on. Tesla 290 puts look good today. Interesting. We got some pretty mixed positions in the chat today. Looking for 364. $526, stop loss 510. I mean, that's a good long. David, trading French luxury stocks. What are you talking about? Louis Vuitton? Louis Vuitton.
Order filled. Order filled.
I forced that before it failed. Okay, let's see. Lux Algo trend break, taking you. Thing you use looks a lot cleaner and more profitable on ES, whereas NQ shows failed breakouts, which is interesting. Maybe it works better for ES. Yeah, that's possible. I haven't back tested it on ES. That might be a smart back test to do. David, Hermes, Caring, and LVMH. All poised for a recovery after significant dump. Ah, I gotcha. Did those sell off with all the tariffs? I guess that makes sense. Is FOMC technically over now? I didn't trade to play it safe. Did claw back 120 on a Tesla put. Nice. I believe it's over now, yeah. I believe you're good to go. Unless any of you guys, if you know if he's good to trade or not now, because the press conference is coming up. So I don't know if that's considered FOMC or not, because the interest rate decision was already publicized. Another strong pullback is expected, then breakout time. Okay. Lead balloon. Yeah, the press meeting. Volatility will pick back up during questions from press. Yeah. That's where I think we might get an excuse for selling off. For investors to give themselves an excuse to start taking profits. Let's see if this FOMC is what kicks us into
we get the FOMC press conference with Powell. Remember, the video is on the feed
into
for
a
you to
bear
watch.
trend or into a bear market. Let's see. I'm not really calling the top though, but you know, we're gonna get a bear market at some point in the next like 3 months probably. Possibility of it not happening, but there is a pretty good probability it will happen. Like I was saying earlier, for those that weren't here, on the daily we're overbought on nice trending markets. The 100 EMA gets tested pretty often. Pretty often. When you get, and that's this gold line, when you get super extended above the gold line, it causes very big reactions to the downside, sometimes hitting the 200 EMA. Especially if it becomes a bear market, it goes under the 200 EMA and then gets rejected off that level, going down. So, you know, we're pretty extended. So a test of the 100 EMA would be about 22K on NASDAQ Futures. Take Profit says all pro plus accounts. Yeah, he's on Apex Trader Funding, but it sounded like Apex Trader Funding is the same way that you can trade through news on eval accounts. 5 trades today total, all green. This would be your last trade with the tight stop loss. Nice, dude. Nick used to get up at 8:15 Eastern, turn on 1-minute chart and trade the 8:30 Eastern report releases using the volatility of the release. You enjoyed that when you were younger? That sounds pretty fun. And then you're off for the day. FOMC meeting minutes and announcements. These occur on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern. You are allowed to trade through Fed speakers. Okay, yeah. Powell will usually say a couple of things that will make the market move during his news conferences. Yeah, it'll be fun to see how it moves. El King, I'm not agree with you. I think market will keep going, making new highs. I've been waiting for a bear market for a whole. I just joined the trend. In my opinion, we'll keep going higher. I'm doing the 150Ks for the evals.
FedEx
No, I
drops
agree,
amid
I
volume
agree with
spike
you.
last down about 2.8%.
We're in an uptrend and everything. I'm short right now because even if we get a pullback, it still bullish pullback would be like testing 23,400. That would still be a bullish pullback. There we go. Nice jump up.
Order filled.
Bank of America's senior US economist, Bave, says that we still have an inflation problem, even if Waller is right.
You too. 150K. Very good account. Also trading 3 Pro 50s. Nice.
Five minutes ago now to get the FOMC press conference with Powell. Remember, the video is on the feed. It's also heads up White House digital asset report gets published. We do have the link. We'll pop it out for you in the feed.
You think the short is going to work big? Market looks not so strong going into the Fed. TPT 40% sale now, no fee. Yeah, it's not too bad. Funding ticks actually ends up being cheaper than take profit trader. I looked at the price on funding ticks, pretty good price, and they also have a instant funded option, which with the 35%, it's like $350, I think. You get 100K instant funded. Bolinox is 91%, so I don't know the math on it for the fees and stuff. Apex Trader funding is back to 50%, so it's not as good. Expecting a large 1 minute candle here, if not then higher. All right. Eval or funded. I mean, the funded seems like a pretty good price. It's
And
normally, I
JP Morgan
think,
Michelle says effective tariff rate
$4.99 or
is to
$5.99
settle at
for instant
18 to
funded
20%.
100K, but it's running 35% off right now. So, like, if you want instant funded, like, that's pretty good. And then the eval, the one-step eval accounts are pretty good price too, compared to take profit. The thing that sucks about take profit is that they have that intraday trailing drawdown, that it's not end of day. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Order filled.
1 minute to go now to expect the press conference to begin.
Let's see the action based on the color of tie Powell is wearing. That'd be funny. Yeah, true. I do like take profit trader. Yeah. 230 candle coming up. Yeah. Market drop at 231. Let's see it.
And Fed Powell's press conference begins. Powell says the economy is in a solid position. And inflation is somewhat above target. Fed will remain squarely focused on dual mandate goals. Despite uncertainty, economy remains in solid position. Powell says current stance of policy leaves us well positioned. That leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way. Indicators suggest economic growth has moderated.
Order filled. Order filled.
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $70 a barrel, up 79 cents or 1.14%.
Okay. Broke out above.
Powell says moderation growth reflects slowdown in consumer spending, and activity in housing sector remains very weak. So NYMEX
Let's see.
natural gas September futures settle at around $3.04.
Our pro
Fed's
account's
Powell
good to
says
trade through
unemployment
Powell
rate
speaking.
remains
Yeah,
low.
I'm pretty sure.
LA market conditions are broadly in balance.
Inverted head and shoulders. Yeah, possible. Yep. Moved your stop loss to break even. Nice. Covered some. Good stuff. Good long there.
Powell says a wide set of indicators suggest job market is near maximum employment. Powell says that we expect PCE up 2.5% in core, up 2.7% in the 12 months through June. So again, core PCE likely rose 2.7% year over year in June.
Order filled.
Powell says tariffs are pushing up some goods prices. Powell says most measures of longer run inflation expectations are consistent with the Fed's goal.
Wow, that was pretty nuts. I tried to scalp that, didn't get it. Look at that volatility.
Powell says tariffs have exerted pressure on some goods, but wider impact is uncertain.
Order filled.
Keep misclicking.
Powell says its reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact. So again, reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact.
Mm-hmm. Okay, getting
And
pretty
possible
gnarly.
inflationary effects could become more persistent.
Okay,
And Powell
TP3 is at
says that I see
600.
current stance is appropriate to guard against inflation risks.
Order filled.
Powell says that we're on track to wrap up policy review by late summer.
Okay. Are you long or short? I'm short. Leaving one runner, big trade. Yeah, dude, that was a crazy move to the upside. That was nuts. Pretty nuts. Did we hit TP3? No, we haven't.
Order filled.
Okay, that's a
Powell says
nice,
that we would
nice red
characterize
candle.
policy as modestly restrictive.
Nice red candle.
Order filled.
Go, go, go. That was some crazy volatility. Wow. 550 bounced, pretty good there.
Powell says there is downside risk to the labor market. And that we expect to have more information in the coming months.
Wow, this volatility is crazy.
Powell says we have made no decisions about the September meeting.
Order filled.
Let's see. Yeah, that was nice. I kind of got stopped out on the cash account with that scalp. I hit one, the other one I brought it down to profit for the scalp, but I think I may have gotten slippage there, so it might have been a slight red scalp. But this is nice. We're finally getting people saying, "Hey, I think it's time to start taking some profit."
Just keep an eye on
So
the
if
SP
we
500
break
to see
below
some, little bit of
500,
movement
the
towards
500
downside.
level, then we're looking really, really good. Right now, this is just, you know,
Again, Powell says
just
that we have made
volatility.
no decisions about September.
This is just regular volatility right now, but if we,
Powell says uncertainty more or less even since last meeting. Again, there has been uncertainty more or less ever since last meeting.
10s, we got 6, that leaves 4 runners. Okay. Yeah, this is just the regular volatility from Powell speaking, but like I said, if we dump below 500
filled.
level, it could get pretty nasty. So I was saying this
Powell says
Fed meeting could be the
it's been a
excuse
very
for
dynamic time
traders
for
to
trade
start taking
negotiations,
profit.
and we're still a ways away from seeing where the things settle.
Serial trader, did you get some massive slippage on that? Probably did. Castings, anyone using funded next? Just reached the 3,000 target one now. I have no idea. Lynette, glad I'm not in
Powell says
options.
most
That
estimates
theta
of
would be
effective
crazy.
tariff
Yeah, it
rate
would.
are not moving much.
Is he talking now? Yes. Where's that 566? Up 5,500 today. Nice, dude. Good stuff. Very, very nice stuff.
Order filled.
Okay, we're getting close to potential big bounce zone.
Trump order in Brazil exempts orange juice and some aircraft parts. Powell says GDP and PDFP numbers came in right about where we expected them. The Trump order in Brazil tariffs includes a long list of exemptions. Powell says by many statistics, labor market is still in balance.
Okay, S&P is below VWAP now. Waiting for the VWAP test on NASDAQ.
Powell says many labor measures are similar to a year ago. Brent crude futures settle at $73.24 a barrel, up 73 cents or 1.01%. Again, Powell says very similar to where we were a year ago. Job creation has slowed, but so has supply for workers. Powell says many uncertainties are left to resolve. Powell says you don't see a weakening in the labor market.
Tomorrow, Trump will go mad on him. Yeah, he might.
Powell says downside risks to labor market are certainly apparent. Powell says the main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate.
This is definitely a good reason for investors to
breaking
start
number for job
taking
creation
profits.
has come down.
Order filled.
Powell says decline in labor supply and demand suggests downside risk.
Bounced again at the top of the orb, yep. Powell talks. Market falls. Not always. I remember the FOMC meeting, everybody would be buying calls, and they're like, yeah, when Powell walks out, the market's booming. And it literally did. It'd go crazy. You're done for today. Thanks
Powell
for the live.
says on the
See you tomorrow.
dissents,
Hey,
what
thanks,
you want
Serial.
is a clear explanation.
Serial Trader, I'll
and we
see you
have that
tomorrow,
today.
brother. What's the bottom of the orb? The bottom is 450. TP1 is 420.
Powell says people thought carefully about this and put their positions out there.
Order filled.
Powell says the economy calls for modestly restrictive stance for now. Powell says that I can't point to June projections 6 weeks later. Powell says my own estimate is modestly restrictive. There are a range of estimates. Powell says we'll be making that judgment as we go. Again, on my own estimates is modestly restrictive. There are a range of estimates, and we'll be making that judgment as we go. Powell says we know the neutral rate by its works. And US yields edge high after Powell says labor market not weakening.
Okay, gold dropped quite a bit.
Order filled. Order filled.
Powell says, I think you have to think of this as still quite early days in assessing the impact of tariffs.
Order filled.
Where's TP1? TP1 on the downside is 420. TP1 on the upside is
Powell, when talking about
540.
tariffs,
So
this
we're
is
at
starting
it.
to show up in some consumer prices. Traders pair bets on more than one Fed rate cut this year. Powell says we'll have to watch and learn. Powell says we'll have to watch and learn empirically about the process. So, empirically about the process. Powell says we have to think a long way to go to know where we'll be on the impacts.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Powell says that we will make sure this turns into serious. This doesn't turn into serious inflation.
You're locking yourself out. Got 90% to your daily profit. You're out. Nice. Good stuff. You got a nice profit on that NDX short. Good stuff. I'm still waiting for the
Powell says tariff
23,500
may be
test.
slower than thought.
Still haven't
Order
got there.
filled.
That's what I'm still waiting for. So once 512 hits, I only got 4 micros left in each account. I'm waiting for the test of that and potential break. Just like wanting to get there, but keeps bouncing on the orb. This is the 3rd test when I finally break through.
So keep an eye on the dollar continue to move higher. The White House just confirmed what was said before, that Trump's tariff from Brazil excludes some products including orange pulp and orange juice. Fed's Powell says could say the Fed is looking through inflation by not hiking.
What's wild is we're still green for the day on NQ. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Come on, SPY looks like it wants to break the 400.
Powell says there may be some stimulative effect from
going.
the tax bill, but not a major one.
Order filled.
Okay, there's 500 breaking. Let's go.
So keep an eye on the yen dropping to around 149.26 per dollar, the lowest since April 3rd, again as the Dixie continues to strengthen here. Powell says we do not consider cost of government of our rate changes. The trade is no longer fully priced in Fed rate cut in October.
Interesting. How far do we go, guys? I have this here, but 400 could possibly be tested. It's breaking down now. Big bounce. SPY bounced on 400. That's the maybe making funny noises. Nice, Scotto.
Order filled.
The trade is no longer fully priced in Fed rate cut in October.
Order filled.
So whenever I drew out these rectangles and all that, I was saying if we break to the downside of it, we're probably testing that. We did, you know, we rejected, we did test this. But I was also saying if we break this rectangle, we're probably testing 400, and this is like the next strong support. So on the downside target, that's kind of, I guess, what we're trying to hit. Maybe that's where we want to go, 455. In case we keep dropping. You gambled to short that top. Luck was with you this time.
Powell says that inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There's catch-up inflation reflecting past pressures. We can't separate out tariff effects on inflation.
I guess I could just take profits here too.
Powell says services inflation is coming down nicely.
Just
and
took
goods
out
are going
1
up.
hour break, missed the move, rip.
Seeing
Yeah.
the Dixie extend gains.
474
highest since
support.
May.
That's where you think support's gonna be. Okay. You were negative on NQ today because the daily had descent overhead resistance and lost loss of momentum. 1 hour chart was bullish, 4 hour chart
US
neutral.
issues Iran general license.
Okay. Market's so bullish, any news it holds for dear life. Yeah, true.
So the US
Some
Treasury
buyer prints
Iran
again.
related designations, issuance of Iran,
Just took profits
issuance
off.
of Iran related general
Thanks to the
licenses.
shorts. Nice.
So authorizing limited safety and environmental transactions and offloading of cargo
Think I might
involving
exit
certain
there.
vessels or vessels blocked on July 30th.
I'm just gonna exit that.
So additionally, that's been updated.
Any trade that I take now should probably just be scalps. I would love to hold the short to go all the way down here, but we have moved down 100 points. There's still some to go, but I'm also kind of nervous for a really big jump. Okay.
Fed's Powell says some companies will take advantage of tariffs. Powell says we're getting the data that we need, and the US needs to keep being a leader.
Okay, this is a bounce zone for the SPY. Looks like it wants to break through though. Could go down 30 more points.
Powell says what we see now is the very beginnings of tariff inflation.
Order filled.
NASDAQ 100 turning negative as Powell speaks. So again, just the key comments that he made. That I expect to see more tariff impacts in inflation data. Also talking about the jobs market, saying jobs creation is being matched by slowings of the supply of workers. That impact of tariffs remains unclear still, and we haven't made any decisions about September, and we'll be monitoring all incoming data. Powell says that we have a long-term housing shortage and haven't built enough. So US Treasury yields now extending rise after Powell says no decision yet on September cut. 10-year yield last up 4.6 basis points at around 4.732%.
Yeah, we broke below the 15-minute range. Yeah.
Order filled.
We broke below the 15-minute range, okay. TP1's 420.
Powell says we have risks to both of our goals.
TP1's 420. I think there's possibility of it heading down here. Like 380. 380, 370 is the potential real big bounce zone. Okay. Getting ready for the bounce zone here. gonna try to enter a couple. 400
Powell
may just
says
be
there's
bounced
quite
on
a lot
too.
of data coming in before next meeting.
Gonna try to catch the bottom here.
The next steps we take are likely to be closer to neutral.
Trying to catch the bottom, so it will be, yeah, trying to catch bottom
Order
at around
filled.
370. That would be a bullish higher higher low. Okay. Buy that.
Order filled.
So Powell says it's a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase.
Okay, I gotta make
It's
sure
really
that
hard to
I'm
say if
cutting
data to be clear by next meeting.
just in case this doesn't bounce and this dumps through.
Powell says we're trying to get the timing right. Powell, when asked about the dollar, says the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. Powell says the dollar has not been a major focus of discussion.
So if this if this is a bottom here, this would be a bullish higher low. This tagged the 200 EMA on the 1 hour chart. That was a bounce zone of multiple previous sell-offs. It kind of tags a little bit below it, but hoping we caught the bottom here. Let's see if we can get a nasty rebound.
Powell says government data is the gold standard and we need to be good and rely on it.
So far, so good. Looking for a violent move up. Honestly, I think I'll take 200 there
Order
on
filled.
that. Cash account, I'll just keep there because it's only 1 micro. We'll move up here for stop. Catching knives. Made 200 bucks. I could let the cash account run in case that is a bottom. Yeah, dude, Financial Juice is very fast. I think they have people that are like on a phone call with them and they're like live there. Like it's better than watching the streams probably. Somebody was saying Financial Juice like a while ago, somebody was saying that Financial Juice is getting information faster than official live streams. So they must have somebody live there.
Seeing the Treasury 2 yields rising to 3.94%, the highest since July 16th. Powell says consumer spending had been very strong for the last few years, and now maybe it has finally slowed down. Powell says credit card companies will say consumer is in solid shape. US stocks lose ground as Fed Chair Powell speaks. S&P 500 last down about 0.45%.
Wonder if it wants to go lower here. We did get a nice bounce to profit on it on the prop firm account. Didn't take profit on the cash account. Hoping this holds.
Fed's Powell says GDP was in line with what we expected, but it's still difficult to interpret because of the net export swings.
If this breaks this level and breaks like 23,300, then that's like the first, lower low
According to Axios,
in this bull
senators write
trend.
Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs. So again, senator writes to Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs. Traders price in less than 50% chance of a September rate cut.
Thinking it's a V shape.
The article from Axios.
William Wallace
Senate
rebound.
presses Amazon on price hikes
Let's
over
see.
tariffs. As I said, came out about a couple of
I
hours
recovered.
ago. Senator Maggie
guess so.
Hassan pressing Amazon CEO over grocery price hikes.
Spy
tied to
calls
Trump's
tomorrow
steel and
expiration.
aluminum tariffs. Per letter
might work
exclusively
out.
obtained by Axios.
Might work out on a nice little rebound. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on in, buyers. Buy
Powell
the dip.
says private sector job creation in the last report had come down a bit.
Come on in, buyers. Buy the dip.
Powell says the flow into labor force is a great deal slower, largely from immigration policy. Powell says that the totality of labor market data shows solid market, but you have downside risks.
Order filled.
And we have posted out the article from Axios on the feed for you to read through. Again, Senator writes to Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs.
Order filled.
See if we can make a little bit more again. On a little bounce.
Order filled.
Nice. Cash account still holding.
The discussion around policy, Powell says, the majority view was that inflation is above target, employment is at target, and policy should be somewhat restrictive. And I expect dissents to be explained in the next day or so.
250-point drop. Yeah, this has been pretty crazy drop. But yeah, like I was saying, trying to go long on a spot where we've had bounces on these previous pullbacks. So if this trend continues bullish, then this is a bottom here for continuation of bullish trend. If this is the start of a bear market, then we're going to blast down through this level. Years worth of rent from that short. Yeah, I guess depending where you live. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll let this trade play out. I'm out of trades on the prop firm account. We just got cash account trades in. Honestly, I'll bring up my stop just slightly so we don't get crazy slippage. And I think I go up a little bit on these. Yeah,
Powell
this
says
should be
inflation
good.
is further from our goal than employment.
All right, I'll be right back.
Powell says we get 2 employment and inflation reports before the next meeting, and we'll see where that takes us. Powell says GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter and often revised.
All right, so far looking pretty good
Powell says
on
we
the
still
recovery.
think the labor market is the best economic data we have.
Looking pretty good. There we go. Now we just need a little more. So here we're 130, 170. So that takes us to profit on the cash account. I lost quite a bit earlier in the morning on the cash account, so that takes us to profit. Very nice. I wish I had the long on the prop firm account, but that's all right. It's right there. There we go.
And Powell concludes its press
Perfect.
conference.
Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. So see this box? You see that? You see this box? You see that box? You see this 1 hour 200 EMA? We looked at the 200 EMA. It aligned pretty much with the box. We also got the box. Gray box. Guys, it was that was, look at this. That's why sometimes you gotta just keep it simple. I guess it works out sometimes. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm all smart or whatever, but today I was just like, you know what, I'll draw out the levels for today because we're gonna get a bunch of volatility. And basically, I was like, you know, we're probably gonna grind around here, and then once it chooses a direction, that'll be an easy long up to the box. It tapped it. And then to the short side, you know, if you come back into this range, then you're probably going to play in this chop. And then if it breaks this box, which it did, I was saying it's probably going to touch this box. Pretty awesome, guys. It really, really worked out today. Sorta. If you guys are coming on late on the stream, then everything looks good right now. But yeah, looks like those levels worked out pretty well. Let's see. How's gold looking? Gold is dumping. Okay. Gold is dumping. And 3,300 was the level I longed previously. Okay. Yeah. So we did all right. Of course, no rocket science. Thanks, brother. Nives Gama Brazil. Congrats, mate. Masterclass. Thanks, brother. Yeah, today worked out pretty well. But like, don't underestimate just drawing super simple support levels and resistance levels. Don't underestimate it. Cause yeah, just doing that, you know, it was pretty simple. Basically looking at where we had some rejection wicks, you know, just taking that little rectangle, bringing it over as, you know, pretty strong support. This little smaller rectangle was the most recent rejection wicks or support wicks or whatever. So we drew that out. Now we're in that range. And then the top would be the recent smaller or weaker resistances. And then this one, just the big range from the all-time high. The chop range with the breakout. So drawing it out, keeping it simple sometimes works out. Okay. Had some interesting stuff happen today. So this didn't really show as a breakdown signal. I guess it was a fail, and then it broke down here. Let's see how much points of drawdown that is. That's 26. So technically a failed breakdown because you would get stopped out with a 20-point stop loss. But man, that was a crazy move. Crazy move from that breakdown signal. That was 180 points. Pretty gnarly. From the very top, ends up being 230 points. And check out, like today, the 15-minute range was fairly small. About 59 points or something like that. So, taking the opening range trade, if you would have taken it early morning, I think we took it this morning. You know, you got the confirmed breakout and you got multiple opportunities to go long here. And you went long, 30 points of stop loss, and you hit TP1 there. You know, take off the trade, it comes back down here. Like, I mean, it breaks out again. You could also take the same exact trade, 1 for 1. That's what happened. And then, you know, 2 for 1 actually played out as well on the opening range. Then on the orb flip, we hit TP3, but you wouldn't be able to react fast enough to get really anything. The best would be this breakdown signal, breaking of this support level. And that was really the play. Below VWAP, that was quite a dump. Now really not much is left to do. This is a potential long opportunity here, so I see that. I think I go long on this.
Order filled.
I only filled one contract on accident. Don't break out without me.
Order filled.
There we go. We can put our stop loss 93. We can put it at like 90. Just a super small position. See if we get a breakout above this. It's a whole 40 points. Now we'll see if we can break through this little level here and come back up to the 500s. Potentially a nice little long. But there aren't really any other trades that we need to take anymore. We kind of took everything there was. You know, the only thing left now is essentially scalps. And like the scalps you'll get right now with these movements after FOMC are going to be pretty dang good. So I did take the long here just in case it breaks out of this bull flag. Took it on the bottom here. Not too bad. Don't forget Microsoft, Meta, and Qualcomm earnings. It could move NQ like crazy depending on bad or good results. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah, because the like we did make the higher low now. So see how close it was? This was like a very good risk to reward trade. Because you're like, by the Victoria Garcia, thank you for the sub, welcome. You got the 200 EMA here, which was previous support. And then you also have these couple rejection wicks that were pretty close to this level. So it's like, we already kind of came down, already made that higher low. So now earnings could potentially send it higher, we'll see. It's hard to really say. Okay, bull flag coming down. Could try to pop one more in. One more long, it looks like it's
Order
failing a little bit. CL? What's CL? Oil? What's happening with oil?
Stop filled.
Okay, that long didn't work out. Could have taken profit on the scalp, but it looked like it was going to break out of this bull flag. Bull flag failed. Guys, that order on the cash account, the second scalp, I think it top wicked. I think it filled literally at the top wick. That is nuts. I think I had it set for selling at 467.25 or 467.50. And that's like legitimately the top of this. I was so lucky. I'm eating some eggs and a bagel. 4 hours shows bears past 2-day low lows. Oh yeah, it came down here. You got the head and shoulders that ended up playing out. But like, do you bet that this is just gonna keep dumping? Probably not the smartest thing. Especially since we've been in an uptrend for so long. I was saying like earlier this morning, trying to time a top is not always the best for like, you know, long-term shorts. Obviously you can get good short trades like today, but betting for a bear market to start, not always the smartest. Because we can easily grind up to 24K. You like that for your short? Yeah, Rusty, how did you do, by the way? You thought for sure we'd get a cut in September. That was a shocker. The next 24 hours, we got a lot of news. A lot of catalysts come still. Are you in profit on your short, Rusty? You're a happy camper. Well, I wouldn't bet on it. Yeah, for you, if you're able to stomach the losses and you're just going to be waiting finally for the test of the 100 EMA, which will come at some point, then yeah, you could average up the short if you can stomach the losses. It's hard to say where this tops out. Like, it would hurt really bad if this ends up grinding up to like 25K. It is possible. But yeah, if this retests the 100 EMA in August or September, then that means we're going to be coming down over 10% correction. So 22K would probably be high probability retest. If we enter a bear market, then definitely 21,500 or lower. Actually, if we enter a bear market, it's probably going to be like 18.5, I think. Yeah, that would be the previous high. Yeah, so it'd probably be like 18,500 on the futures.
The US State Department sanctions entities involved in Iran oil trade. Futures now showing a 45% chance of a September 25 basis point cut after Powell's no decision comments versus 68% seen before the comments.
actually can't do it. What I actually can't do about it. I can do it.
I was thinking this is probably a good long spot. That was really good risk to reward on that last candle down.
The US State Department sanctions 20 entities over Iran oil trade.
Biggest position is BP. You own 1,000 shares in your Rux account. Then you got a bunch of nat gas. Okay. Yeah, avocado and bagels. Not bad. Accidentally bought 2,000 shares of TQQQ. Might be a good purchase for a quick flip.
Deputy US Treasury Secretary to Fox News says there is scope for the Fed to reduce interest rates.
Order filled.
You're just checking the price and accidentally bought 2K of them. That's hilarious. Does NQ move like SPY? Sometimes, yeah. Not always. Since 2 a.m. because you do pre-market. Bruce Frazier. Huh. You had a podcast today, but you just woke up from your nap. Fell asleep. That's hilarious.
Order filled.
Alright, I'm in the long here. I think this is a good risk to reward. This one right here, bottom right, trade of 8. This one that you see on the big screen, that's Weeble. Bottom left is Trading View. Alright, be right back. Oh, the order fill audio is from Tradeovate. I got pancakes too, guys. Wifey's showing some love today. Just craving some the other day. Yeah, these are like insanely good. My goodness. Wow. All right, we're just kind of chopping around over here. What are we gonna do? Are we coming back up to VWAP? Let's keep making higher lows and then get higher up here. And gold went down hard. All right, we got 20 minutes left of market open. Wow. We're running out of time. I think if we get stopped out here and we're into the stream, I'm gonna go with the family to the lake. Nice green candle. See if that broke above the wedge. Not yet. Needs to blast through here. Blast through 450. Earnings are going to ramp this up, you hope? I hope so too. Then I can get better short entries. Right at 1440 on take profit eval, can't go over 1500, right? Is your profit target 3K? If it's 3K, then you could go over 1500. You're just technically gonna have to make more than 3K as your profit target. But if your 3K profit target, you made 1440, then yeah, just end it for the day. Okay. Yeah, so you should end it there. Yeah, because 1500 and anything above that would technically be over 50%. So then, like, if you were to have perfectly 3K in the account, your biggest win would be over 50. So then you would have to make a little more to lower that percent. So yeah. Ben, shall I go long? I like the long here. I like the long here. I think it's good risk to reward. I have like a pretty tight stop loss. There's a potential for it to like wick down here, stop people out, and then go higher. But the fact that it hasn't continued to sell off, it's been kind of ranging a little bit. I think that's bulls preferred. No problem in that. You want to here at 390? Let's go at 380. Well, I'm seeing this line. I don't know if it lets it go down to 380. If it does, that would be stop loss hunt or potential failure of this, looking to go lower. I don't know.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, it looks like it wants to break up. It's testing above that wedge. Break above 425. Ultimately, we want over 450. Like 450 could reject after a pop-up. But we want to break 450 so we can go up to like 480. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna move up the stop loss. Make sure I'm locking in 2K right there. There she goes. Come on. Keep her moving. Deleting this for now. No. Got some sellers sitting there, I guess. $12 left of market open. The 2x we played didn't work out.
1 minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance.
All right, on this imbalance, I better see some volatility to the upside. My stop is like way too close for it to come down. One minute left. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Move it. Move it up, move it up. Push it up, push it up.
Ten seconds.
Here we go. Go, 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 go.
S&P 500,
Go, 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 go,
sell
go.
side 281 million. NASDAQ 100, buy
Order
side
filled.
888 million.
Go, go,
Dow
go.
30, sell
Exiting.
side 55
Exiting
million.
all.
Mag 7, buy side 296 million.
Exiting all. Perfect. Boom, guys. There we go. There we go. Nice. I hit the 450. I had one other one at 477, but I'm happy with that. I think it's time to get ready for the lake. So, yeah. Guys, if only we got this with the fundeds, you know? Well, we decided to blow them up before the real trades started. Anyways, hope some of you guys caught the longs here on this what looks to be a higher low that we were able to catch here. Yeah, I think it's time for us to run the outro, yeah? Run that outro. Boom. Jordan Heller, watch your language, brother. No naughty words in the chat. But thank you. Caught a DCV. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, man, that was actually a really nice long. I didn't realize it was that many points. That's 70 points from when we entered approximately. All right. Hey, it's been a good day. It's been a great day.
Following the closing bell today, earnings season
Wow.
continues. So we have Qualcomm reporting their
Guys, if you joined me earlier today, you know what happened. Don't pretend like it didn't happen. You guys know what happened. The ones that joined me earlier in the morning. But guess what? It's part of trading. It's part of the whole lifestyle. But we made it back. So if you're green or break even today, congrats. You did a really good job, because today, man, a lot of chopping up, a lot of ranging up and down, waviness before a big old drop. So you made it. But if you're red, if you are red, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. And I'm just going to tell you, for those of you that were not here from the morning, I literally blew 3 funded accounts. So I feel your pain. I feel it. Trust me. Yesterday was a crazy red day. A lot of you guys saw it. It was rough. And yesterday was my birthday. And it was the worst way to end the stream, to be crazy red on your birthday. So, anyways, I'm with you. There's always going to be another day. There's always going to be another position. Don't worry too much about it. Just analyze what you did wrong and forget that it even happened. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for tuning in. If you're not subbed, make sure you sub, because I am live, market open to market close. Most importantly, make sure you get right with God, guys. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ and the Bible, make sure you do some digging, because it's true. And there are other things other than this life that matter way more. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at market open. Appreciate y'all. You guys take care. I'll see you in the next one.